welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, November 17th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, your board chair, and we have here at the dais with us Patty Clapper, Francie Jacober, Greg Poshman, and I think Steve Child is just running a little bit late, but he is due to join us. So with that, we have a full agenda today. And Mr. Peacock, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No additions or deletions. We do have two items that will have continuation requests attached to them. The first is the Gloria Charlin ADU item. Leslie, I don't know if we've identified a date yet. It looks like we're looking, so.
We're looking to January 26th, but their planning consultant is continuing to check.
Okay.
It's a new owner, so that's why they'd like it to continue.
We'll need to continue to a date certain, so we may recommend just continuing that item to January 26th when it comes up, and then if there's another date, we'll have to make that change. The second item is the Buckhorn Cabin liquor license. That's item number 2 on the agenda. We were looking to continue that to December 1st. We had key staff in our building department that were on vacation who identified some items that they want to look into further. I would note that we do have a number of commissioners that were planning on being out on the 1st. So I want to make sure that we have a quorum that can vote on that item before you continue it to the 1st.
Okay. So we'll take those discussions when we get to those items,
Yep.
if that sounds good. And Michaela, can you please make Steve a panelist? He's joining us by Zoom. He's here as an attendee.
You know you're there, Steve.
Yeah.
Can't ever get on these meetings. It's crazy. Maybe it's a message.
All right. Hi, Steve. Can you hear us? All right. You want to make sure if we can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can't hear you. No.
Click your heels.
Can you hear me now?
No.
3 times.
Steve, it's a possibility that you may.
I can hear Steve. I can hear you just fine. Kelly, maybe.
Yeah, we can hear him on our side.
You need to unplug and replug in your earphones too.
Can you hear me now?
No.
We can hear him on our side. I'm not sure if it's something on your guys' end.
And unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
No. Oh, because they can hear them. The deans can hear Steve, but we can't hear. This has happened before. Hold on, Steve.
Alright, there we go. Go ahead and try to talk, Steve.
All right, Steve, let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
We can, and thank you to the
Okay.
deans. You were helping us there, so appreciate that.
Sorry I can't be there in person.
No worries. Nice to see you.
My nose is running vigorously today.
Okay. Okay. Well, let us go ahead and open up public comment. We do have some folks here in the room, so I will invite you to come up and join us here at the table, and you can introduce yourself and.
Can we come up together?
Sure. Yep. Yep. All right, and you'll each have 3 minutes, so whoever.
Ashley, I'm gonna pass this around.
Oh, sure.
Michaela, could you let me in? I'm trying to hear
Can we
you.
talk about things that are on the agenda now, or can we wait till it comes up?
Yeah.
Only if there's a public hearing. They can talk about things that are not slated for public hearing. Yeah. All right, so we'll have public comment on items that are not public hearings today. Any topics you want to address the board that we don't have identified for public hearing, please go ahead and
Great, thank you.
say your name and have 3 minutes.
I'm
Like take
Karina
one, do some
DeVore. I think I
personal.
know most of you. And I am a board member with the Aspen International Mountain Foundation. And this is John Starr, who's also on our board. And we're here at the advice of some of you to come and tell you about this pretty exciting program, summit that we're having next year. So the Aspen International Mountain Foundation is a 501c3. It's been under the radar for a very long time. We've been here since 2001. And we actually were invited by the United Nations back then to help inaugurate the UN Year of the Mountains. And out of that formed the United Nations Mountain Partnership, which we are a member of. And we've been very active with them, even though nobody knows here what we've done. The United Nations Mountain Partnership is the UN organization that works with sustainable development in mountains. It's an organization that does advocacy work. We actually, AIMF, sorry, AIMF actually helped to write 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals that have to do with mountains, which we're pretty proud of. And besides helping to create this organization, we are on the board and we represent North and Central America and the Caribbean. And right now we're the co-chair. The chair of this organization is the government of Italy. And every 4 to 5 years, the UN has a mountain summit. And it's been in Rio, it's been in Turkey, it's been in Uganda, it's been in Italy, and it's not a very, it's also very supported mainly by Italy and Switzerland, so it's rather Eurocentric. And they've been very anxious to become more known in North America. So they suggested that we might want to do the next conference, and we said, okay. And it became very competitive all of a sudden. And many countries were interested in hosting it. It came down to four locations. One was the country of Romania, northern Italy, Banff, and Aspen. And happy to say that Aspen won by a huge majority of all the members. There are 70 countries that are members of the Mountain Partnership, and over 300 NGOs and small organizations, small governmental organizations. The city of Aspen was the first U.S. governmental entity to be inducted into the Mountain Partnership. So the summit, which is really very exciting, is going to be held next September, and we are in partnership with the state of Colorado, the city of Aspen, of course, the UN, and the Aspen Institute. And we have the entire Meadows campus reserved for 4 days. And we will have, besides having the meetings of the Mountain Partnership, this will be somewhat open to the public, and we're also trying to partner with the outdoor industry. And we've had just amazing interest. So the governor is going to open it. He's already agreed. We have Senator Bennett. We have Congressman Neguse. The Aspen Institute on the very last day is hosting a panel that will be fairly high level. And we have invited Senator Kerry, who just was our representative at the COP. And we will have a concert. We're trying to encourage young people to learn more about these issues, and that is going to be exciting, featuring mountain music. We're not quite sure what mountain music. So we wanted you to know about this, if I haven't already told some of you, and we'd love to have your involvement and support, and go from there. And John, I know, has a couple of things to mention as well. The title of the summit, by the way, is Mountains Matter, Ideas to Action. So John has a couple words.
Thank you, Carino and commissioners. I've recently joined the board of AIMF, and I am part of our event committee, which meets remotely every Monday at 4 o'clock to advance our planning for this very major conference, which has quite a significant budget, $500,000 or more. As Carino mentioned, we've prepared a sponsorship package, which I believe you have, and that includes our brand, which I have gotten quite excited about. That is, mountains matter, but the key is ideas to action. So as Carino says, we've been working with the state, the city, and we've been talking about how best to engage with the county. Thinking about that, my thoughts turned to a very disquieting article I read a month or so ago, Aspen Journalism, about the efforts of the commissioners and others to deal with methane problems in Coal Basin. The stunning fact in there that the 5 mines in Coal Basin produce almost half of the total global greenhouse gas emissions of Pitkin County just took me aback. So I've been thinking, and then of course, as we know, COP26 announced the very impressive methane commitment of major countries around the world, the Global Methane Pledge. These two ideas tied in very closely to me, the idea of working locally to make a difference globally. So, how can we at AIMF and the county live up to our own message, ideas to action? So what we've done is we've reached out to CORE and to Mona Newton to discuss what it is they are doing, and you as a commission are supporting. I watched the discussion October 13th when you passed a resolution, really a delightful phrase, supporting regional fugitive methane capture and destruction projects. Very impressive. How can we work together with CORE and the commissioners? Certainly AIMF as an organization, I would like to do that and plan for our organization to do that. But how do we tie this into what we're working on with 300 people from all over the world coming to our community to talk about these issues? How do we do something other than talk, show how we can turn it into action? We are going to be involved, as Carino has mentioned, with breakout sessions, extra meetings, side meetings, connected to our overall gathering of the Mountain Partnership. My concept and thought is, let's have one of those where the commission, where the county, Pitkin County, CORE, and we say, this is the way you can make a difference. This is what we are actually doing. Bringing in the members from all over the world, who goodness knows have their own methane issues, to see what we have done. We plan to work with Mona and the county as we move toward that. My understanding from Mona is that there has been some action already, and we may well have in the next 12 months before we meet next September with some action that is moving forward on this project. So that's my desire. How can we present to our mountain visitors from around the world what we are doing locally about this very, very major issue of methane? That's my concept. I hope to be able to work with, I know that Commissioner Poshman is on the CORE board. Cindy Hubin, ComDeb, is also on the board. I would hope we can together work not only on the project, but the opportunity to present the results of what we're doing to this group. That's my thought, and I'm delighted to work with you guys over the next year.
Wonderful, thank you
And-
for being
I'm
here.
putting you in my calendar for 2022,
And beyond that.
so I know what day.
Oh, right, it's the 25th, it's on here.
25th to the 28th.
And beyond that, of course, we would love to explore how we can work with you and get support from the county. It's an amazing opportunity to highlight. We're working with the Ski Co. They've given us a commitment. And, I think everybody's just super excited. So it's an amazing opportunity to really highlight what we're doing in this valley. So,
All right, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There may be some comments or questions.
oh,
Francie?
sorry.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, because that's just one retired coal mine, and they are all over this country. They're all over Colorado, they're all over this country, they're all over the world. So this could really be an opportunity to just be the spearhead for claiming a lot of this methane everywhere, and so it's really exciting. I'm also on the Corps board, so you know, and
My alternate.
yeah, that's right, I'm his alternate. And so I'm really glad that you're on that, and let's hope some things start happening.
Yeah, I did some time at the UN Development Program in their electoral systems.
Pardon me?
I did an internship in grad school
Oh.
at the UNDP, their development
Oh,
program.
wow.
And also studied how democracy and the sustainable development goals intersect. So I have great interest in that, and appreciate all your work in that
Thank
way.
you.
And we'll figure out how we can participate, or if you need volunteer bodies. And, we can talk about, I think perhaps maybe our discretionary fund could contribute some to the budget for this, and we'll have those conversations soon.
Thank you.
I also note that, as Carino mentioned, we will have significant state and federal political people here in the valley.
And
Part of your
international.
resolution was to make some changes in legislation and regulation to permit the sort of efforts you have been talking about in Coal Basin. And maybe there's an opportunity there for us to do a bit of sideline chatting with them about how to move this forward to action.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look
Thank
for more.
Thank you very much.
Just
Forward
what's
to
your
it.
next step?
Excuse me?
Next step?
Well, we'd like your suggestion. We wanted you to know, and we want this to be a community event for sure. So, Michaela is very aware of what we're doing, and she's been on our committee, so just for transparency. So please let us know. We'd love to, include you, and by the way, what the papers we've sent out were developed this summer, and we're working on more updated information, which we'll certainly pass on to you. Greg, do you have a suggestion?
I think we'll bring it back and have a chance to talk about it, I think.
Yeah, I think the ask is for sponsorship support, if I'm reading between the lines correctly
you're
here. And
correct.
so it may be
packet here.
appropriate to bring that back to the board in a work session where you can talk about that and at what level and where it would come from.
And also, at the same time, we can talk about cooperation somehow, what we can contribute in terms of, what we're doing, so.
We
Well,
are
we would
meeting-
love the
sorry.
county to join the Mountain Partnership, actually, and you can. The city became, the U.S., out of almost 70 countries, the U.S. and Canada are two countries that never joined. But Aspen, as I said, was the first government entity to join. The state of Colorado, Governor Polis just announced to us that they're going to join. So that's pretty exciting. And we'd love the county to join. There's no monetary mandate, but it's pretty, I think it would be,
Great.
so,
All right.
yeah,
Well-
we,
We'll
Love
make
to.
sure that we talk it through and the board makes a decision.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, nice to see you,
Thanks for
Karina.
coming.
You all.
To present
Thanks,
what we're
Michaela.
doing to you guys. We'll be
I've been
back.
hearing about you for years, so I'm
I know
glad
you
that
have. We've
finally.
been quietly getting SDGs done.
Yes,
Thank you.
awesome. All right, I don't see anyone else in the room here for public comment, and no one else online as far as I know, since everyone is panelists. I'm assuming they're here for presentation, and I just want to make sure that's correct. Jim, are you here to present on one of our items today? Anyone know? Jim Duty?
Oh, yes, he's sorry, he's here for the Elam.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. All right, so I will go ahead and close the general public comment period and turn to commissioner comments.
I am good today.
All right, well, I'll take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Gosh, we have so much to be grateful for. I know a regular practice of gratitude has helped me get through the last 2 years that have been tough in some ways. And I'm grateful to work with all of you and all the staff at Pickens County.
And we're all coming to your house for Thanksgiving dinner. So you
I'll
better.
be in Mexico eating fish tacos.
Oh, that's
so-
right. I was hoping
No
for that
turkey at the Curry
pumpkin
house
pie or
this year.
something.
They have turkey tacos.
Well, we'll meet you there. How about we meet you there?
Any other commissioner comments today?
No, thanks.
Steve? You're on mute. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm good now.
Yeah.
I will be this weekend attending the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Annual Convention in Greeley. And there is a group of 7 of us from the Roaring Fork Valley, from the Roaring Fork Farmers and Ranchers group, who will be attending as delegates. And I've been doing this for quite some years now, and really look forward to being in on discussions about policy for agriculture and food security issues for the whole country. That's what we're involved in there. So I'll be glad to give a report after I get back from that.
When and where is it?
It's in Greeley, starting like 9 in the morning on Friday morning,
This Friday?
and then all day Friday, all day Saturday.
All right, cool, Steve. We look forward to the report out. All right, no other comments then. Let's move to the consent agenda. We have minutes of October 7th, October 27th, and November 3rd, regular meetings. Does anyone wish to pull either of those minutes from the agenda for discussion?
No, I'll
Otherwise.
make a motion
Go
to approve the minutes of October 27th and November 3rd regular meetings.
Thanks, Francie. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Thanks to Elaine for preparing those. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, thank you all. Okay, so individual consideration items. This is listed for a public hearing and a single reading. A permit application for modification of a hotel restaurant liquor license held by the Sun Deck Restaurant to include an optional premise license for the Buckhorn Cabin. As we discussed at the top of the meeting, this will be continued. I will invite the applicant, if you want to come up, for SKICO to just give a brief overview, and then staff can comment on why we have a request to continue. And since it is a public hearing and the public was not notified that we would continue this, I will open the public hearing and then for today, and we'll continue that as well. Hi.
Okay, before that.
Oh,
starts,
sorry, Patty
yeah.
Clapper has
So I need
a
to,
statement.
after a great deal of thought and after consulting with the county attorney, due to a conflict of interest, I need to recuse myself from participating in this item. So I apologize again, but I will need to step out of the room.
Bring your phone and I'll text you.
And I think I was just gonna step to the side
Okay.
and make some calls in the other room, so I'll
Sounds
be
good.
right there.
All right,
I won't be going far.
thank you. Hi.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
I'm David Clark. I'm Vice President, Deputy General Counsel for Aspen Skiing Company. I think maybe you've seen our application, perhaps not, filed on October the 6th of this year for an optional premises liquor license in association with our liquor license at the Sun Deck. This optional premise license would cover the Buckhorn warming cabin for certain events. The cabin would remain largely open to the public for public use outside of these public events, very limited events. I understand that this matter's been continued a couple of times. And I'm open to questions.
Okay, great. And I will turn to Jeanette to see, Jeanette, if you have any additional information for us on this. Jeanette Jones, who handles all of our liquor licensing. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Excuse me. Hi, David.
Hello.
This was continued. The first time was at the applicant's request. They wanted it continued, and then We continued it a second time pending referral comments coming in, and they were slow coming in. So we continued it, hoping that we would get the referral comments back. Brian Paul was on vacation, and I think Suzanne Wolf was really busy with Pandora. So the referral comments just came in a couple of days ago, and Brian Paul has some issues with the application, as well as Suzanne Wolf wanted to meet with the applicants too about nighttime use. So David and I had a conversation a couple of days ago that we thought it would be best to continue this to December 1st, pending the meeting with staff and representatives of the ski company this coming Thursday. And hopefully we can get the issues resolved and get this back on the agenda or on December 1st and for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. David, anything else to offer there?
No, nothing.
Okay. Sure.
It's a
Francie?
freestanding cabin?
Yes, it's the Buckhorn warming cabin just off the Buckhorn Run on Aspen Mountain.
Oh, I see. It's not near the sun deck.
We have another optional premises license for the ski area with certain areas carved out. The Buckhorn warming cabin being one. That optional premises license is for basically it's a mobile champagne cart. Again, it's an optional premises license that Colorado law requires us to provide the county with 48 hours advance notice before we're going to activate it. This would fall into the same category.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Greg.
Just a little bit of the history of this. How is this a new application?
This is a new application, but it's consistent with the amended and restated Mountain Master Plan. Certain improvements and expanded uses were allocated for in that plan. And
This cabin has done this in the past? The cabin actually has been used for this purpose before?
The public, we rent it out to the public for private parties, basically.
Okay. And how long has that been going on?
Decades.
Thought so. Just
Yeah.
wondered.
But it only has an interior
There's
capacity of
always
7?
pictures in the paper on
Yes.
like the
it's-
Big parties.
entertainment
Well, it's not a
page.
very big party. We want to expand it. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, David.
As you'll see in the application, we want to expand use up to 22. We're talking to the community development people about their concerns regarding the building capacity, but in reality, people stand out on the deck. They stand out in front of the cabin. So it's going to be an outside experience. So.
Okay. As I said, I will open the public hearing on this. I do want you to know that I have a planned vacation on December 1st, so I was not planning to attend that meeting. And Patty has recused herself from that meeting, so you will have a smaller board on the 1st. And I know sometimes applicants want a full board, so you can consider that. I will go ahead then and open the public hearing on this matter. If anyone is watching us and wishes to call in and join us, please go ahead and do so. We will wait a minute or so. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone join us, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing for today. We will continue the public hearing along with the continuance of the item to a date certain. So is that okay with you guys for December 1st, given a 3-person board?
I'm thinking that's probably not going to be an issue, but we're having a meeting tomorrow with Jeanette and some community development people. So if it would be all right to get back to you
Sure, we'll have to continue it to a date certain, and if you guys
Today?
decide at the time that that's not the best date, then on
Okay.
the 1st, it would be continued again.
All right.
Does that work?
Sure.
And the next one would be the 14th.
I don't
Whatever.
know, the 15th or in January.
Steve's got his hand up.
Yeah.
Steve, go ahead. Thank you.
Since Patty would be recusing herself on December 1st, we would have to select another commissioner to serve as chair for this one item. So that's just a little wrinkle in it if it is held on the 1st.
Thank you, Steve.
15th is the next option.
We'll look for volunteers for that.
I am not one of those.
We keep nudging Francie so she can get used to doing it.
Francie is not going to do that.
Will everybody be here on the 15th?
I will
We
not.
have a regular meeting on the 15th.
Okay.
Francie is, I guess.
We'll be down to 3 then, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be
Can
here
I
on the
make-
1st.
December's
but
tough.
Can I make a motion?
Not the
Or did
Yes,
you already
go
do
ahead.
that?
Nope, nobody made a motion.
I'll make a motion that we continue the permit application for modification of the premises of hotel and restaurant liquor license submitted by the Aspen Skiing Company LLC DBA, the Sundeck Restaurant, for an optional premise license for the use of the Buckhorn Cabin to December 1st.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you, Steve. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to continue this item, please say aye.
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 All right.
Okay.
All right,
everybody.
thank you.
See you in a
All
couple
right.
weeks.
See ya.
And I'm gonna get Patty, excuse me.
She's waiting. She was reading lips. You weren't lip reading out there, were you?
No, I had my ear up. I had a paper cup.
All right, the bulk of our day is land use. So the first item on land use is a resolution denying the Gloria Charlin Revocable Trust request to eliminate the affordable dwelling unit deed restriction. This was continued from October 13th, and I understand there's a request to continue again, so I'll turn to Leslie Lamont, our staff. Hi.
Hi, so the applicant has requested that we continue this. The property has a new owner, and they are working with their planning consultant, given our memo and our recommendation, and I think it would be safe if we continued this to January 26th.
All right. Any questions for Leslie?
Yeah, this is the, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right one. Let me go back here.
It's listed as B, strangely enough.
B, okay. Okay, yeah, this is, no, I have no questions about that.
This is not the Shieldo Mesa place.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That was the other one.
Just trying to place myself here.
I know, it's very similar, but it's not the Shieldo, yeah.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for Leslie?
Is this public? Public
This
hearing
is
on
not a
It's
public
not.
hearing.
Okay.
I'll look for a motion to continue to January 26th.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. Is there a
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, thank you all. Thanks, Leslie. Nice to see you.
That was quick.
Yeah.
You'll be
Okay,
back.
oh, you're here for the next one.
I am.
All right.
She's trying to dismiss you, Leslie.
I'm
So
just
the
gonna hang
next
out
6
here.
items are land use public hearings. The first one, which is agenda item number 3, is a resolution granting 2021 annual review approval to the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District Solar Project Special Review Use. Hi.
Hi, me again.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi. So I believe on Zoom, there are, the Primergy team members are Nathan Hewitt and Timothy Taylor, should be here on Zoom.
I'm not seeing them.
And then Bruce Matherly is our manager of the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District. And as you know, the Sand District is leasing their 35 acres to Primergy. So maybe they're on, maybe they're not.
I
I'm
don't
not
see them on here
sure.
yet. Maybe they're not surprised we're moving so quickly.
Yeah. Nathan Hewitt, NH, and then Timothy Taylor, TT, at, what is it, primergsolar.com. I sent all their emails to you all. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want me to continue?
I would, sure, why not?
Okay,
They'll-
Bruce,
They'll
you
show up when they show up, right?
Well, it could be when we're in a
Lost in
different
the
item.
ether.
So if you have questions for Primergy, they won't get answered.
No, they may get here in the meantime.
Steve?
Maybe we should table it to later in the meeting today and go ahead with the next item, and then the next item is liable to be fairly lengthy, so in the meantime, maybe we can get Bruce and the Primergy representative plugged into the Zoom meeting.
Okay,
Bruce is here,
yep.
so.
I
Bruce is
guess
there,
I'm just
okay.
wondering, I would not be surprised if board members had questions that Primergy would have to answer. But I'm looking to other folks. All right, what do you think, Leslie?
Patrick Raleigh is here, and Patrick is the planning consultant for the next item.
Mhm.
So we could
Okay,
go to that. Are you ready,
Sounds good.
Patrick? Is that okay?
all right, so
I'm
we're.
ready, present.
All right, we are going to table item number 3, and we will pick it up after item number 4, hopefully when the Primergy team for the solar farm is able to join us. All right, let's go ahead. Do we need to amend the agenda to do that at all?
I don't think so.
John Ely?
Kelly, no, you did not. You can just table it as Steve suggested and call it back up after the next item or whatever.
Oh, here's Nathan right there.
There is Primergy right now on the Zoom.
Okay. Patrick, we're going to ask you to hold off, and we're going to try and take this item. I think it will be a quick one. Sorry, and thank you for
That
your
sounds good.
patience and
I'm here.
flexibility.
I think we just continue the rest of the agenda.
I'm
I mean, we're
So
doing
nice
well with
outside.
My
continuing.
vacation started early.
We have to
See you
finish
later.
Pandora today.
Okay.
We can continue it to the.
All right, so we are all just gonna go with the flow. So we're back on item number 3 on the annual review of the solar farm. Leslie?
Great, and thanks everybody for your flexibility. So, Nathan Hewitt is on Zoom for Primergy. Bruce Matherly for the Aspen Sand District is here in the room. And so in 2019, the BOCC approved the 35-acre solar project. And as part of the special review aspect of that review, there was a condition of approval requiring an annual review by the BOCC. Until such time the BOCC feels that they don't need an annual review or they want to remand the annual review to the Community Development Department. Only those are your choices moving forward. So last year was the first annual review and the project had not started yet. So we talked a lot about kind of the conditions of approval that were required to get the project going. There were 3 different letters of commitment, financial securities that needed to be provided, and there were other aspects, and we walked through those during that first annual review. So today, the project is done and constructed, and construction was completed. Construction started in June of 2021, and the project was completed and began commercial operation October 12th of this year. And attached to your memo in the packet is a report that was prepared by Primergy, talking about those dates, and also included in that report was a log of complaints. And so while the project was being built, There were some complaints. The most common complaint was dust and noise. And since the project has been completed, we've had no complaints. As part of this resolution, so the board is required to approve the annual review via resolution. As part of the resolution, I've added a couple things in there. One of them is I'd like to make sure that if the project comes back with a proposal to add on-site battery storage, that we do a minor amendment to the activity envelope and site plan review to locate the battery storage, get a sense of how big it is and what if anything, that would take to do. That was a oversight on my part originally, not to have that as a condition of approval, so I'd like to add that now. Secondly, I had 6 other conditions of approval in that resolution, and I did a site visit at the beginning of the week and am happy to report that I'd like to amend the resolution to, on your page 2 of the resolution, where I list those under item 4, I list those. The northeast corner of the property has been reseeded, so that C can go away. Item D, sage and rabbit brush seed shall be spread over the area to enhance growth. That has happened, so we can take that out. And then all the shrubs and trees that are outside the fence of the solar panels have been fenced and protected. So we can take C, D, and E off of the resolution. And I recommend adoption of the resolution.
Okay, questions? Steve?
On the item F, 4F, it says, I think it is just misworded, but the last sentence, it says, is it staff's opinion that the poles supporting the structure, it's worded as a question with no question mark at the end.
Sorry,
And it probably is meant to say it is, but I want to clarify that.
Yes, you're correct, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, where were you proposing we add the condition for a site, the activity envelope amendment?
That is number 3 in your resolution.
Okay, got it. Okay, so it's already in here, we don't have to add it.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions for Leslie right now?
Just a question, Steve drew my attention to that. I think when I read it earlier, I didn't see that there wasn't a question mark, and it did seem kind of awkward. My personal observation is I don't really have a problem with glare, and I've been looking at it all times of the day from the angles that I think would be most affected. So I don't know how the glare issue is, too bright is, I'm not sure that's really an important topic, so I think I just want to flag that, because I don't think it's important enough to cause a do-over. And I don't even know what a do-over would mean, but it seems like it's done, it's working, no complaints. I'm okay with it. So that's my comment. I don't know if there's a question there, it's just that, why is this coming up?
Leslie, do you want to reply?
Well, during the original review, special review, there was discussion about not only the glare of the panels, but there was discussion about the structure that holds the panels. And since everything has gone in, the Primergy team was kind of asked if they could reduce the visibility of the poles that are holding it. And I think it's really only an issue from the Rio Grande Trail. Like if you're going down Valley on Highway 82, you don't even see them. And in my discussions with Primergy, They asked, can we get the project done? So when the panels are actually functioning, when the sun is in a position to bounce off of anything, let's get the project done. Let's get the fence done and let's get the landscaping completed. And I know Bruce questioned, should we not wait until the landscaping really takes hold and continues to grow? This landscaping is not going to grow very fast. I mean, it's sage, it's rabbit brush, it's pinyon. The landscaping is not really intended to camouflage the plant at all. So I think it's a matter of opinion, and we wanted to, put this out there for discussion and see what other people thought.
If I could follow up, I would just suggest that maybe we're gonna have an annual review, is that right? So is it possible that we could wait a year and see how it goes, how it's received by the public when see a season? I'm just thinking, my feeling would be, this is something that we could watch for a year and then decide if something has to be done.
And like I said, since the plant is completed and started, we've had no complaints.
Right. Oh, if I could add, I took a picture of it the other day, and honestly, the brightest things are the transformer boxes. Occasionally there are some lights on those, but I haven't seen them lately. So maybe Nathan would talk about that, but there's some red, like trouble lights or something that come on occasionally on those, but I haven't seen them lately. And then the transformer boxes, then there's a kind of a work shed or something to the north, a big green building. Those are much brighter than any reflection from the towers.
What was your angle of photo?
From Brush Creek Village. Medicine Bow Road, all
Yeah,
along in
your
there,
house.
because I kind of scouted it, yeah.
Yeah.
But the brightest objects are the buildings. They're not the supports.
All right, we have a point for discussion. Steve has his hand up, and then I do also want to give Nathan an opportunity to present too. Steve, go ahead.
So the photographs that were submitted during construction, the uprights were actually glistening, reflecting sun off. But now with the solar panels in place and moving to face the sun, I don't know if you can even see the supports aside from maybe the ones on the very outside, the perimeter of the entire project would be the ones that I would think people could even see at all from any location outside of there. And maybe those need to be painted black or, some other color to prevent any reflection off of them. But, maybe there's no reflection at all with all the panels in place and moving. And I have not actually, I don't see it that often like Greg can see it every day. But you'd have to actually go on the Rio Grande Trail and various locations at various times of the day to actually see if there's an issue at all. What I would suggest is that we do a conditional thing that if during the next year it is observed that there is reflection off of the uprights, especially around the perimeter of the solar array, that be done during the course of the year, but not be required to do it right now.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Nathan, anything you want to present to the board on behalf of Primergy?
I just, want to thank the board and the general public for bearing with us during the project. It's not always an easy thing to have this type of project in your backyard, and such a visible project being in the location that it is, in such a beautiful location. So I just want to make that statement first. And good comments from Mr. Child there, as well as Mr. Pushman, commissioners. Generally speaking, we agree with that approach to see the posts are galvanized posts, so we'd have to take the galvanization off to be able to paint them, which would also affect their possible life. So we'd have to just review that, but there could possibly be some sort of wrapping or other ways that we could adjust the exterior posts. But I would agree that we should probably look and evaluate it. We're also going to be constantly evaluating the vegetation, how it's coming back, and continue to grow in, and whether it needs to be touched up, replaced, or whatnot. So we'll continually do the same for the posts, and hoping with the exposure to the air over the year as well, they could dull in color as well. So noting that. With regards to the lights, those are probably from the inverters, but also from the transformers a little bit. Some of it at the beginning was as we were troubleshooting some issues. We've had very good performance from this plant so far, and we're actually pleasantly surprised with how things are going overall. At this time, we're currently not contemplating it just for cost-wise and feasibility. Storage, though, that could be in the near future, and if we go ahead with that, we definitely look to take into considerations the recommendations and work closely with the county. As it's been a good relationship to make sure we build and comply as possible, in such a beautiful location. So those are just some of the few notes I have, and we're going to continue to make sure we operate and maintain the facility in good working order. So it's a good part of the community, not an eyesore, hopefully.
Okay, other questions or comments? Patty, then
Yeah, I have a
Francie?
procedural question. Do we normally approve an annual review with a resolution? Do we do it for Elam when we do them?
Yeah, there have been certain projects that the board has required an annual review, and in that case, the formal mechanism to recognize that would be an informal
I don't
resolution.
remember doing that for Elam.
Yeah.
Do we do a reso? Okay.
Yeah.
Just seemed unusual. But as far as the glare, I personally would rather they mitigate any glare issues sooner than later. But it's really up to the board, because I remember we were very clear there would be no glare from the uprights, from the panels, from all of that. And, you see the solar array, the solar field, much more from Highway 82 than I thought. And you're right, it's going to take a while for the vegetation to grow in and be, a visual screen. But we did give a promise to the community there would be no glare. So.
Well, and I guess it's a question of, is it glare or is it just visible? And that's what, I've been trying to look at at different times of the day, and trying to see if they're, I guess that's the question.
Well, I think it appears as if it's glare, because it's bright, those are bright. But, if we want to wait till the vegetation has a chance, or, they come up with a way to mitigate it, and then, I'm okay with that.
Francie.
I would also,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I
Sorry,
would
go
also
ahead.
note that the county holds a substantial bond for the landscaping and the glare, and we have a baseline glare and visual study to go against as well, to support if there is some glare concerns. But we'll definitely, if they pop out, we'll definitely take them and act as soon as we can.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that in driving by or riding on the bus, I actually find it kind of hard to find. I don't think that it stands out like a big sore thumb, and I've never seen any glare, but, it's just a short amount of time. It's not like Greg, who could look at it for a long period of time. But I certainly haven't seen anything that is offensive when I look over there.
Okay, so on that point, I'm hearing there's not huge urgency to have them paint right now, but some interest in retaining the condition to revisit this time next year.
Unless it becomes an issue during the year, and then we'll
bring it back sooner. Greg?
I think what I want to be sure we understand that painting really isn't an option.
It's galvanized.
It's a galvanized, is that steel or aluminum? It's steel. And it's kind of a matte gray finish galvanized steel. You can't paint that stuff. The paint will just peel off. So it would have to be, if they do it, they'd have to cover it with something. You know, like you could strap a piece of old wood to it and watch it weather, and it would at least be earth or wood tone. But honestly, I'd suggest that, but I'm not convinced it's necessary, and I don't see the point. The thing that I was going to point out in going by there, because I've been by there on the trail and closer by the fence, the deer have, you know, ravaged a couple of little trees that were put in already before the fences were put up, I guess. So you can expect some of your landscaping is going to die. I can tell it will. But that's no big deal, and you're planning on taking care of it. So that's why I was just thinking, let's wait a year and see what happens. I don't think, if we start getting a lot of complaints, maybe there's sometime in March when it really kicks off glare that comes from somewhere, then we'll know. But at this point, I'm not seeing a problem. So I'd propose that we let it rest and see what happens. And I'm really grateful that we did put in the glare restriction on the panels themselves, because the difference there is amazing. I've seen solar farms where just the frame around the panel was still the silver, aluminum, or steel frame, and it was like a nuclear mirror. It was like a mirror ball blasting you. We don't have that. It is, when the light gets down, you can't even see it, and then sometimes I see the reflection of the sky and the clouds in it. It's actually, you know, I'm okay with it. So,
Greg, I'm a little confused because
Yeah.
on one hand, I hear you saying it's okay to revisit it, and then on the other hand, I hear you
Well, it's a
saying
year- it's a one-year process.
there's nothing we could do to fix it.
well, no, I said you can't
I
paint
don't
it.
know.
You can't paint it.
Okay.
You could wrap the posts with
Tree wrap.
tree
Really
wrap
cheap.
or, you know, put wood panels on them. You just can't paint those posts. That's all. That's all they're saying is it's a metal that doesn't accept a paint. If it would
Are
be,
you sure about that?
I'm
Yeah.
pretty certain of it. Yeah.
Actually, Nathan just told us that a
That's-
little while ago.
That's correct, yeah.
So,
And one thing that we talked about when Nathan and I have been chatting about this is that it may be something that, or like take Greg's example of strapping some wood to it, that you only do it in the front row. You know, you're not talking every single post, that if you just take care of it in the front row of posts, it may be enough to achieve the goal that you want.
Okay. So I think we're still all on the same page. We're keeping the condition in, but not requiring the action at this time.
Evaluating it over the year.
Right.
And I've been jotting down some language to add to that,
Okay.
that may get us there.
Okay. Steve, I wasn't sure if you had your hand up. No? Okay. Are there any other items for discussion on this? Did you have language you wanted to propose for us to adopt this today? Because this is a public hearing. I have to
the
open
only
that up.
other
Yeah.
discussion I would add is that I was by there the other day, and it turns out the panels are constantly following the sun as anticipated, and they make a very quiet clicking noise, which is actually really fascinating. So if you happen by there, listen. And you can actually hear them tracking to follow the rotation of the earth is what you're hearing, which is happening at 1,000 miles an hour. But those little clicks are just making those subtle adjustments every so often. And I thought it was really fun to hear. Something to
Now we're
listen
gonna hear
for.
from the public, because there wasn't supposed
Yeah,
to be
it's
any
too
noise.
noisy, right? Yeah, too noisy. No, you can't eat from 100 feet away, you can't hear
We're
it.
gonna hear it now.
Crickets.
It's very quiet, so that's not an issue.
It's a quiet
Alright.
noise.
All right, and despite how administrative this conversation has been, we're all very excited about this project. and to have it online and completed. So with that, Leslie, did you have some like final language do you want to propose for us for this resolution so we can adopt it today?
Yes, so in looking at 4F of the resolution, I would just transpose isn't it, and delete in the last sentence painted, and just say should be covered in a manner that reduces their visibility. This shall be evaluated during the year and addressed in the 2022 annual review unless it becomes a problem prior to that review.
Sounds good.
We good with that?
Are
go
you
ahead.
saying it will have to be addressed or that it will be reviewed?
This shall be evaluated
Evaluated, okay.
during the year and addressed in the 2022 annual review. I guess meaning that we can talk about in 2022 that we've decided it's an issue and this is how we're going to mitigate the issue. So it gives everybody an opportunity to kind of figure out what the best way to mitigate it, if it's determined to be mitigated. But a solution will be presented at 2022.
I'm okay with
And the
that.
solution could be it's not a problem.
Right. We can remove
Or
it from
this is
next
how
year's
we-
resolution or what, yeah.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
fine.
I might change it from if it becomes a problem, if it becomes an issue of concern.
Thank
I
you.
just like that better
That's
than
de-
problem.
Delicate.
Okay.
And then because it's under 4, and 4 says completed within 30 days, but it also says or an alternate timeline. So we're good by just leaving it in that section. Because we're putting in an alternate timeline.
Yeah. Okay, we are.
All right, Nathan, does that work for Primer G?
Does, thank you.
Okay. All right, so this is a public hearing. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing on the annual review of the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District Solar Project, special review use. If any members of the public who are watching wish to call in, now is your time. All right, that's how long you should be washing your hands for. I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for a motion to approve the amended resolution.
So moved.
Thank you, Frank.
But I want to know if you sing happy birthday in your head when you're waiting for.
I hate the happy birthday song, so I will never say that in my head. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
All right.
Aye.
All right, thank you all. Thanks, Nathan, nice to see you.
Thanks, Bruce. Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, nice to see you, Bruce, in person.
Thank you all. Thanks for having us.
Oh, a quick question, just Nathan, can you share a power curve, how it's producing, what it's producing? At
Sure,
some
yeah.
point, it'd be great to
So
see that
interesting,
someday.
yeah.
Not right now, but,
Oh, I was gonna say, I could show it to you right now.
oh, sorry.
Can you see that right now?
Here it
Yeah,
comes.
it's coming.
Then you'll have to interpret it for me. This could take longer than I thought.
Sorry. So here's the
Oh, I'm
power
glad
curve.
you
I'll,
asked.
I'll pick
There
a
goes your time frame.
very sunny day, sorry.
And this is in November. A November sunny day, we're at
Just
4
do what they want around here.
4 megawatt.
Yeah,
Cool.
4 megawatts exactly. I'm just trying to get a very nice day. I think.
What is
it's
that, about
actually
800
good
homes?
back- Yeah,
Cool.
I think the 7th around here. Where is it?
How many?
There we
Yeah,
go.
there's one.
That's a nice power
5
curve.
megawatts is
You
about
see that?
1,000 homes.
Right, great. And then you're expecting
So
it to get to 5
Yes,
in the
definitely.
summer? Or
Yeah.
higher, and the
So
peak
this
may
is-
go to 6 in the summer.
Well, it's limited at 5 to the under 4.98 megawatts.
Okay. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
And I guess, do we want to take the opportunity, Nathan, I don't know if the ribbon cutting, is that a public event?
I think it's a semi-public event. We've only done invitations for so far, but in as much as I guess we're limiting to still like COVID and whatnot, but we're still having it. You can say it's going on, but we may not have food for everybody if that's where.
Okay.
And when is it?
Yeah.
The 8th, right?
The 8th. I have that on my calendar.
All right, great.
Yeah,
Well, we
December
look
8th.
forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you for having us and look forward to that as well.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks for indulging me on that curve.
Yeah, if you'd like to go into it in detail sometime, we can do it separately. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's so much better.
It's so different. All right, our next item, our next land use public hearing is the Deerhammer Limited Development Conservation Parcel. And this is an ordinance rezoning a portion of the property from AR2 to AR10 and amending the zoning map, and a resolution granting special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel, activity envelope, and site plan review. So just to clarify, procedurally, the ordinance this is a first reading, and then the resolution is a one reading, and so generally we'll continue the resolution to the ordinance second reading, correct? Yeah, okay. All right, so this is, we will still open the public hearing, but we'll have 2 meetings on this minimally. And so I'll turn this over to Leslie.
Okay, hello again.
I'm just gonna grab it.
So, yeah, Kelly, as you said, this is a rezoning, and it's also a special review for a limited development conservation parcel for the creation of 3 transfer development rights and activity envelope review. Patrick Raleigh is here with us on the screen, and he is representing the applicant and the property owner, Mr. Stanley Deerhammer. And he'll make his presentation after I give you a brief overview of the project. So the process required a Planning and Zoning Commission review, and then the P&Z makes a recommendation to the board. And as Kelly outlined, this is a 2-step process, first and second reading for the ordinance, and just 1 review for the resolution. The P&Z reviewed this proposal at their September 21st meeting and voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the application to the BOCC. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Then hit share.
Yep.
Oh, great, 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 great.
Really unfortunate that the discussion about rezoning R&R is coming up today.
This is a downside.
I know it's a
Okay.
separate situation,
Yeah.
but still, it's a weird
Yes, you
coincidence.
can do anything you want.
Just make this clear.
Oh, great, you can hit the, okay. This outline in light blue is Mr. Deerhammer's property, and he owns roughly 167 acres adjacent to the Frying Pan River, just past Meredith. His access to his property is off of Lime Creek Road. Now, how do I go to my next? Sorry, you guys.
So, go to the next one.
Just don't leave. Just stay right here. Oh, there it is. Okay. On his property, now down near the river, he has a cabin and a garage, which are roughly about, well, the cabin is 960 square feet. And then he has 3 outbuildings here. This is labeled as a cabin, but it's uninhabitable. And these buildings it is thought were brought onto the property when they were building Rudai and building the dam. And I can do this, right? The majority of the property is zoned AR10. Oops. The majority of his property is zoned AR10, but there's roughly 13 acres, and this is the area outlined in heavy red, is zoned AR2. So as part of this application, Mr. Deerhammer is requesting to zone those 13 acres AR10. And to be eligible, for a property to be eligible for the limited development conservation parcel, the property has to be at least 160 acres, and it has to be zoned. There's a handful of zone districts that qualify. One of them is AR10. AR2 does not qualify. So he is asking to be rezoned, these 13 acres, to be consistent with the rest of his property. The zoning in this area is a little interesting because this is a map of the zoning. So here is Mr. Deerhammer's property again in red. The lighter pink is AR10, the dark red is AR2. And right across the river, the Frying Pan River, is AR2 zoning. But these, the properties along the river on the east side, if you will, of the river that are zoned AR2 are much smaller properties, which better fit the AR2 zone district. And in my memo to you and in the P&Z memo that was attached to your packet, I went through the rezoning criteria for this application, and as well the application was attached to your packet where the applicant lays out his request for rezoning and the reason why he feels it's appropriate to consider rezoning to AR10. So as an incentive in the land use code to conserve property, a property owner may request limited development conservation parcel review, and if approved, may receive transfer development rights to transfer off to eligible sites. TDRs are not allowed to be landed in the Frying Pan, so these TDRs would go to those receiver sites that are identified in the county to be used. Per section 67040 of the Land Use Code, a parcel that's a minimum of 160 acres and zoned to AR10 may receive one TDR for each 35 acres. However, if there are dwelling units, a legal dwelling unit on the property, then you deduct 70 acres off of that 160 acres. And because there is a one legal residence on the property, we deduct that off the 167 acres. He gets one TDR per 35. So he is eligible for 2 TDRs for this property. The applicant is also willing to restrict the ultimate size of the existing dwelling unit to 3,250 square feet. The code provides that for that reduction of 2,500 square feet of floor area, another TDR is available. So combined with the size of the property and the applicant's willingness to restrict the existing dwelling unit or future development on the property to 3,250 square feet, this proposal requests 3 total TDRs. The code also requires that an activity envelope and a site plan review occur during the limited development conservation parcel if development exists on the property. Therefore, we're also doing activity envelope and site plan review. And the applicant included a draft activity envelope In the application, staff has made some requests to changes of that activity envelope before the activity envelope and site plan review is approved and recorded. As part of the limited development conservation parcel, except for where we define the activity envelope, the rest of the property, a conservation easement will be put over the rest of the property. And the applicant has been working with Paul Hosinger of Open Space and Trails to define that, the uses allowed within the conservation easement. And typical with how Open Space and Trails does it today, they like to put a conservation easement over the whole property, and then you carve out the activity envelope out of that conservation easement.
Are there any adjacent conservation easements?
That's a good question. I do not know that. As you can see, the surrounding most of the surrounding property is zoned rural remote.
The answer is yes, Francie, but they're actually, oh, sorry. Hang on, let me get a quick look at this. Actually, I don't know that it's conservation easement. There's a lot of Forest Service land, and there's a nearby property that received TDRs based on a constrained site, so it has a restriction on it, not a conservation easement, but I'll look a little bit more and
And that TDR
update.
has been awarded to that property?
That property received 12 TDRs
Oh, my gosh.
at that time.
To send.
To send.
To send,
Not to
land.
receive, to send,
Get it.
exactly. But I'll look a little bit more and see, but I think it was that was the property I was thinking of. I don't know that there's anything with the conservation easement.
So as part of this application, there's no new development or redevelopment proposed at this time, or renovation of the existing structures. So any new development that is proposed, any redevelopment, any renovation, that would be a separate land use application in the future. So the P&Z recommends approval to the BOCC, approval of the rezoning and approval of the special review. And as I noted in my memo to you, and as was included in your packet, the chair of the P&Z raised 2 points during the P&Z meeting, and he added a letter to the BOCC outlining and elaborating on his 2 issues. But basically, the 2 issues boiled down to the size of the parcel. So for a limited development conservation parcel, the property must be at least 160 acres as configured on December 6th, 2006. That's the language out of the code. The size of the property was questioned during our P&Z meeting because in 2001, an application for a lot line adjustment identified the property as 146.5 acres. As part of our pre-application review, before the application was submitted, we made it really clear that a recent survey had to be submitted with the property. And a recent survey that was done in February of 2021 was submitted. And that survey pegged this property at 167 acres. And that survey was done by a Colorado licensed professional land surveyor. And so staff has not questioned the size of the property, and finds that it does comply with section 67040 out of the code that mandates that it needs to be at least 160 acres. The second issue that was raised at P&Z was the limitation of the floor area of the principal structure. So to obtain that third TDR, the applicant has agreed to limit in perpetuity, the size of the principal structure on the property to 3,250 square feet. Now, the code in this section, the limited development conservation parcel, also provides that one can add a 1,000 square foot CDU to the property that does not count in floor area. So you can have 3,250, you're limiting to 3,250, and you can have a CDU maximum size 1,000 square feet. The frying pan master plan and then subsequent changes to the zoning code based upon the frying pan master plan limits the size of a principal structure to 4,000 square feet plus the size of an accessory structure to 1,750 square feet. So the question is if someone is reducing, the issue was that if someone is voluntarily reducing the size of their principal structure to 3,250 for that TDR, and a TDR equals 2,500 square feet, but the frying pan is already limiting you to 4,000 square feet, that you're really not reducing yourself down 2,500 square feet. And as I pointed out in my memo to you, that the code does provide a section in the code that if you have a conflict of two sections in the code, that the more restrictive limitation or requirement shall prevail. And therefore, the maximum allowable residential square footage for the property would be 3,250 square feet for a principal structure and 1,000 square feet for a detached CDU. And that would be it, but for exempt ag buildings. I hope I haven't like completely confused you.
Very confusing.
Yeah, so staff and P&Z recommended approval of the TDR, finding that the code section assumes that there would be a 2,500 square foot reduction from 5,750 to 3,250. And the code really doesn't provide us guidance, really, if we're saying, but the frying pan is only limiting you to 4,000. We believe that the applicant is meeting the intent of the code. However, I did provide an alternative to the board if the board wants to go there, if you want to really link the overall square footage on the property to this reduction for a TDR, that the board could consider limiting the total allowable square footage of the principal and detached structures to 3,250 square feet. Again, ag structures with a covenant would be exempt. And I provided in my memo for you a little chart that kind of showed you where they're all getting. So P&Z found that the property as surveyed meets the criteria for rezoning and is consistent with the special review criteria for limited development conservation parcel, and recommends approval of the rezoning and special review and activity envelope and site plan review per the conditions of approval found in your resolution.
Okay, questions for Leslie? Francie?
So the original rezoning of the R&R piece to AFR10, what is AFR?
That was the old zone, labeled zone district before it became AR10.
Okay, was because there was actually a public right-of-way that went through it, so it wasn't qualified as R&R? Is that correct? Okay.
Mhm.
That was my first question. I'll wait until somebody else asks.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Just
go ahead.
trying to look at the, is there actually a power line right there running through? Is that a power line easement? On the maps, I was just thinking that I was looking at a power line, but
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah,
And is it?
there is.
It's there physically. I think I see it.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's a couple of easements.
Now, I noticed, you said that we may grant a TDR. That doesn't mean we're required to. I'm wrestling with the TDR issues. A TDR now is worth a lot more than a lot of us ever thought it would be. It just seems like an awful lot of money being exchanged here or value being created with these TDRs, and I'm wrestling with that. I don't know what my options are.
Yeah.
The code says if you're 160 acres and you're zoned one of these zone districts, which AR 10, and then you get a TDR per 35 acres.
I mean, you have to get, or you may get?
You are eligible for.
Thank you.
But unlike other sections of our code that have multiple criteria that we evaluate development projects on, this section of the code does not have those kinds of standards. It says you're 170 acres, 1 TDR per 35 acres. You limit in perpetuity the size, the ultimate floor area. There's a TDR.
Can I just add a little bit too? I mean, in this case, because there is a rezoning that has to take place in order to be eligible. Currently, with the split zoning, they are not eligible for the limited development conservation parcel. So there's clearly an action there for you to find that the rezoning is appropriate, absent the request for the special review, whether that piece of land is appropriately zoned AR10 or AR2 or AR10. So, I mean, there is a threshold issue there to have the entire property zoned AR10 to be eligible. So then I think, right, as Leslie said, then essentially the code says if you have X number of acres and you take 70 off because you already have a house, then you get this many TDRs
You're eligible
per
for.
acres, then you are eligible for. Then I think then there's this separate discussion about the third TDR related to the floor area reduction, which gets tricky given the frying pan overlay and all of those issues. So I think set those aside. But the 2 TDRs at 1 per 35 acres is right. You are eligible if you meet the requirements of this provision.
Sure, Francie.
So how much could he actually develop on this piece of property if we took no action?
Well, it would be subdivision and GMQS. And the zoning is AR10, which is a minimum of 10 acres per dwelling unit.
It's AR2 right now.
Well, 13 acres in AR2 through growth management, potentially 6 dwelling units. Again, just based pure math for zoning. And then 154 acres in AR10 at 1 unit per 10 acres is the potential for 15.
And who approves the subdivision?
If you were to subdivide at, not do just 35-acre parcels and be exempt from county subdivision review, it would go through county subdivision review, and you'd have to compete in growth management to establish the development rights for those new lots.
Well, personally, I'd rather see this person build a 4,000 square foot house rather than a 3,250 house and not have 2,500 feet go to another mega mansion somewhere else in the county. Because if he can't build more than 4,000, then it's just like we're just giving him a gift of $1 million for a TDR. And I don't see why we would do that.
He can build 4,000 and 1,750 CDU.
Which he can do anyway, right?
In the frying pan.
I mean.
Without, you're just meaning without subdivision, GMQS.
Yeah, exactly. So we're in a place where we have to do something about TDRs as a.
Well, we need to hear from the applicant and
Yeah.
hear from the public hearing and have discussions. So
Yeah,
let's,
because
let's
I'm
ask
with
questions,
Greg on this, that.
to get this on the board, but I will present my argument to you later in the meeting.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just saying that it's really hard for us to keep getting these questions coming up before us when we haven't figured out where we want to go with TDRs in general, and so, it's going to be a hard sell for me.
Steve?
Leslie, did the P&Z do a site visit to this property before they made their decision?
They did not, and they in retrospect asked me, they said they would have loved to have had a drone site visit. But they did not.
The reason I ask is, I would need to see this property in person before making a decision. I would request a site visit. I am skeptical about the rezoning of the land to AR2 when the adjoining property on that side of the river is all AR2 on the neighboring properties. So I would really have to see that in person before making a decision. And on the map, I can't tell exactly where the river is. It doesn't show up on what I can tell. What is the river? What is the power line? What is the road? Is hard to differentiate looking on a map. So looking at it on the ground would make it easier for me to visualize. Second question, Leslie, since the property is bisected by the county road, the Lime Creek Road, into different segments, and if you look where the switchbacks are on the Lime Creek Road, it looks like there's maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 different separate parcels of this lot, which are separated from the other portions of the property by the county roads cutting through. Does this create different lots on the property by virtue of the county road running through there?
Steve, I don't know that we know the answer to that. I'm not aware of that road subdividing the property, but I don't know that, that there has been any analysis related to that.
Okay, and then I'm wondering about the survey. If you look on the red, I'm looking on page 204 of the packet. So the red part is the property that Stan owns. There are maybe 1, 2, 3, or 4, looks like different home sites were sold off to other people at some time in the past, over on the right side of the property.
How do I share my screen again?
It would be hard, the surveyor to do a proper survey would have had to survey each of those properties and then subtract the total acreage from one larger red rectangle, basically. So go up to there's one with green and red. It shows the different zone areas on it.
So you mean this over here, right?
Yeah, if you look on, okay, so there you can see some of the properties that were sold at some time in the past, apparently.
Right, these are out.
Over there.
Yeah.
Yep, those are separate lots that were created back in, I think, the 60s, before county subdivision.
Then I just want to verify how accurate the current survey was, that they would have to exclude all of those separate parcels that were sold at some time in the past to make sure. I just wanted to verify that actually was done to make an accurate survey.
Yeah, I'll let Patrick address that, but I do know that the time between we did a pre-application conference on this and the survey came in was many months because the property is so complicated to survey. But I know Patrick can answer that as well.
Why is it so complicated?
Oh, okay. I think that's all for now.
Okay, are there other questions for Leslie or Suzanne? Otherwise, we'll invite Patrick to present on behalf of the applicant.
Just briefly, I'd be interested in knowing if there's an appraisal on the property.
I don't know if that is something Suzanne and Leslie could answer. Okay, so we'll hold that for Patrick. Others for Leslie and Suzanne? Okay, all right, Patrick, thank you. Thanks again for your flexibility, and please go ahead.
let's see if I can share my screen.
Oh, here, let me stop
Leslie
sharing.
will stop, and then you should be able to.
There, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Raleigh. I'm with Stan Clausen Associates. I am joined here by Stan Deerhammer. He is in the room, but he'd just like me to handle the presentation. But if we do have any questions, we can ask Stan. Just to answer some of your questions that you have, and I think to kind of set the tone for the presentation. You know, it was noted that this is, well, basically giving a gift to the applicant in exchange. But the gift is not a one-sided gift, it's a two-sided gift. The county is receiving the community is receiving a significant portion of land that, as staff provided, could see up to 21 individual units being developed out there, is getting a substantial portion, which is very visible above Thomasville, under conservation parcel, so that in perpetuity, this will remain open land and be there for the enjoyment of the public. The topic of the TDR program, I mean, this is really what the TDR program is all about. It's a fantastic program and is very meaningful. It is intended to do precisely what we're talking about here, is to give people an incentive to restrict their property, to neuter the development rights from a particular property, and have that development relocated to another location where development has been decided is more appropriate. So the topic of the price of the TDR, what TDRs are going for today, that's entirely on the open market. That's how the TDR program operates. And I think you should look at it from the standpoint that the high price of a TDR is actually going to incentivize more folks like Stan Deerhammer to come forth and say, I've been sitting on the sidelines and I have this property, but it never made sense to me, to that point, because, the value wasn't there. It wasn't a fair trade to give up my ability to develop this property. Now with the high price of TDRs, you are seeing that. And I think you're going to be seeing more of these types of applications as people are incentivized to come before the board. And let's not lose sight of the ultimate goal here is the creation of a conservation easement that keeps the rural parts of the county rural, just what the master plan has always discussed. So those are a few points that I'd like to point out. And you'll see these three pictures that are before you right now. These are images of the site as taken from Frying Pan Road. It's a very visible site, and Steve, I hope this helps you kind of understand, and we'll go through the survey and go through some additional images to help you get oriented. But this is a very visible property right above Thomasville. And when you're driving down or up Frying Pan Road, you see this. And if that, if this 167 acres were to be developed, this view that you see before you would be lost. We will talk about the zoning. I'll get into the uniqueness of the zoning. The zone districts between the AR2 and the AR10 is divided by the river. And we'll look at that, but that is to answer your question, Steve. The properties on the south side of the river are less than 2 acres in size. It's much more dense, and that AR2 zoning is appropriate. On the north side of the river, which is Mr. Deerhammer's property, it is adjacent to the rest of the AR10 and only has his small cabin and collection of other outbuildings located on it. So the rezoning, we believe, is a correction of a mapping error, if you want to get to that point, which imposed a zone district that really was not appropriate. Concerning the survey accuracy, I'll talk about this some more, but the survey was not complicated to perform. It was very involved to be performed. When I spoke to the surveyor, when we started this process and we knew that the threshold of 160 acres was a key, And I would point out that some of the the discrepancies or the confusion surrounding the property size is what the GIS indicates of 147 acres or 146 and a half, whatever that might be. We know that those are traditionally inaccurate numbers, and that to really get an accurate accounting of the acreage of a property, you have to have a professional surveyor go out and do the work to locate the property corners and to really do this accurately. So when I spoke to the surveyor, I said, look, this is a threshold question. We need 160 acres, but you need to go where this goes. What are we actually dealing with? And if it falls below that, then so be it. But what he came back through a very exhaustive, multi-day, multi-field trips. Actually, it was kind of delayed because of snow. He's out there finding, old landmarks and rocks and, that identify these property corners. So we feel very, very confident that the 167 acres that has been provided in this stamped survey, this is a guy who's putting his professional reputation on the line, is accurate. So I hope that answers any questions about the survey accuracy. So with that, let me get into the presentation. Come on, there. So as I just said, 167.528 acres. We're located on both the banks of the Lime Creek and also the Frying Pan River. The Deerhammer family has lived on this parcel for many, many years. Stan's father ran cattle. This was the family home, and Stan lives up there today in the small cabin right off of the Frying Pan. The rezoning, as I just mentioned, of those 13 acres from AR2 to AR10 will allow for the creation of the 160-acre limited development conservation parcel, which enables that acreage to be put under conservation easement and preserved in perpetuity. We are requesting those 3 TDRs. 2 is from the parcel size. 1, the parcel size is reduced by the existence of a current or existing residence. And then we have asked for 1 TDR from the voluntary limitation of future house size. Again, no development is currently planned. This is simply following what the code has provided. And Stan is more than happy to limit the future size of the house in the future in exchange for that TDR. So finally, then we would also be providing an activity envelope as the limited development conservation parcel code requires, and that will just be around the existing development, which I'll review in a little bit more detail shortly. That will also establish an existing condition site plan that will get recorded, so we know exactly what is up there. As I said, no new development is proposed at this time, and those existing structures are going to be remaining. Stan still lives up there and still needs those. The 3250 with 1,000 square foot detached CDU is what we feel is the appropriate application of the land use code. And that is correct. Following that is the more restrictive over what the caucus parameters would provide, which is 5750 of total floor area. As I said, site plan, or actually not as I said, but site plan review would be required for any future development. So that will come back to community development if and when that ever occurs. So the conservation easement will be administered by the Pickens County Open Space and Trails. We have had meetings. We've had a site visit with OST. I've spoken with Paul on several occasions, and we will be working hand in hand with them to go over the parameters of the conservation easement and dictate really how any use or any activities will be pursued in the future, which would generally be limited to historic uses, and generally that is open space. And in addition, so rather than this being a one-sided gift, as was referenced, Stan has also agreed to create a fishing easement to be located off of Lime Creek, which you'll see in a moment when I get into the survey to show you where that is located. And that was done in connection with Paul at OST, who's a committed fisherman, as I am myself. And Lime Creek seems to be the most reasonable and best location to provide for fishing access. It probably occurs currently right now, but we're going to be formalizing, the access into this area. The Roaring Fork is a little bit harder to get to and is not as accessible because it's not immediately off of Lime Creek Road.
You mean frying pan?
Right. Well, yeah. You can't get it from Frying Pan, nor can you get it from Lime Creek Road as well. So here's the property, as Leslie pointed out. You see Rudai Reservoir, Hagerman Pass continuing up the hill, and we're right above Thomasville. As I said, it's a very visible hillside above Thomasville. Here's our improvement survey. Again, 167.52 acres, and you can see how the Lime Creek Colony, which was pioneered by Stan's father, has been properly excluded from the 167 acres. There is the access road, so you can see how the Eagle Thomasville or the Lime Creek Road climbs the hill, goes past the Lime Creek Colony. The fishing easement, which we'll talk a little bit more, would probably be generally in this area where it's adjacent to Lime Creek. And it climbs the hill up to Stan's Gate, which then accesses a private drive, accesses the existing development at the bottom of the hill immediately adjacent to the Frying Pan River. There's Lime Creek, that's how it descends. And so you can see again, this location being the ideal location to get people into that good fishing spot. And then there you have the Frying Pan River, which really forms the southern edge of Stan's property. This is the property that's zoned AR10. There is the AR2. And again, I'll remind you that the Roaring Fork River follows the southern boundary of the AR2. Frying Pan, excuse me, thank you. So there are several existing structures that will remain. Here's a zoom in of the survey. So the 875 square foot is Stan's existing cabin that he lives in. There is an adjacent garage. It's kind of a hoop style garage that is right next to that, that he uses to park in and to store equipment. Then there's these other inhabitable outbuildings that were relocated by Stan's father from the old Meredith. They're identified as barns or cabins. They really are less than that. They're utilized for storage and have no services and would never be able to be lived in. So here's the view from the northwest.
That's just an error.
Excuse me?
It's a clarifying question from Francie.
Did you mean they're uninhabitable?
Uninhabitable.
Yeah, well, your slide says inhabitable, so I was a little confused.
It says inhabitable. Yeah, thank you. Francie, are you available for any other proofreading?
We're very precise over here.
Well, there's a lot of difference between those two words.
There is a large, but they are uninhabitable.
Okay, thank
No one
you.
can live in them.
Thank you.
I didn't catch that. Francie and I are.
It's the old teacher. You can't slip anything by her.
Kids couldn't get anything past you guys. Jeez.
So here's the view to the northwest. This is basically adjacent to kind of the coke ovens, as you're coming down the hill now. And the view of the site is this hillside here that's, basically sagebrush. That would be the most likely possibility for a subdivision to occur because it would be south-facing lots. And it's generally a gentle slope, so it would be developable. But as you can see, as you're driving down Frying Pan, that the property is quite visible. So now we're a little bit further down in Thomasville proper. I'm looking over some of the houses that are in that AR2 zone district, which we'll talk about in a second. But again, here is the property behind. The river is behind of these houses, and so then you have the property that is climbing up and over around the hill. It kind of meanders around the topography up there. And then, of course, the third image that you guys have been seeing is farther down before as you're entering Thomasville. Those are the cones alerting you to the fact of the fox cubs. And this is another view that really shows how visible this property would be and the conservation easement that the county, the community would benefit from. So we'll just briefly go through the requested reviews. As Leslie has talked about, we're rezoning the property from AR2 to AR10. Now, there's the other section of AR2 on the other side of the river to the south. And I insert this because you can see kind of the development patterns, and hopefully you can see this. Maybe we could zoom in later, but you can see that the AR2 zoning on the south side of the river is quite appropriate. It's consistent with the Thomasville town site. It's consistent with the size of those parcels, which are 2 acres or less. And you see quite a lot of density of units in there, as is fitting to a town site. What occurred, though, is that on the other side of the river, they said, let's do AR2 as well. Well, you can see on the other side of the river is Mr. Deerhammer's property that has none of that density. It has none of the character of the town site of Thomasville, and really shares much more with the rest of the property, which is AR10, than what the AR2 zoning is doing on the other side. So I hope that helps explain the reason that this rezoning is just simply more consistent with the existing and future land uses that will occur on the property.
Yeah, that slide is really helpful.
Good, I'm glad that helped. So with this rezoning, it will support a greater conformity with the county master plan, because the county master plan and also the caucus master plan says, let's preserve the rural character of our county. And by rezoning this area from AR2 to AR10, that is enabling us to move forward and start to meet some of these goals of the master plan, and preserve open space for future generations. And as I said, most importantly, it helps maintain this view. There it is. I can't stress that anymore. That is something that could potentially be developed if a conservation parcel were not created. So it is a two-way street. The applicant gets something. They're incentivized to neuter their development rights, and the community gets something that is invaluable and maintains the historic openness of our beautiful mountains. So the limited development conservation parcel, and by the way, Leslie, I had to smile. It just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? And LDCP is no better, but there is what would be the limited development conservation parcel, which is 167 acres as verified by a professional surveyor through the rezoning of the AR2 to be more consistent with the property to AR10. This enables the creation of the TDRs, obviously. It does not conflict with the land use code. This is a section of the land use code that we're working within the confines of very carefully. We maintain the health, safety, and welfare of the community. We're not proposing any new development or anything else. It's keeping this open space, which is more beneficial. It complements the adjacent land uses. You are correct that I don't believe that there are other conservation parcels, but Paul Holsinger talks about this in the OST referral, that this will provide, the conservation easement will provide greater connectivity to the forest and other features. So it's an advantage there. It complements what the caucus says, which actually encourages people, the current master plan encourages people to create TDRs to keep the open space open. And as I've provided, it also supports what the county master plan says, which is keep the rural areas of the county rural. And of course, it's consistent with the AR10 zone district. That's what one of the handful of zone districts that allow the limited development conservation parcel. And the other criteria is that that are there adequate facilities that exist Well, there are, because the existing development has happily existed there for many, many years, and no new development is planned at this time, nor will it ever happen, in the future beyond the limited area that has seen development. So adequate facilities would certainly exist, meeting all of the criteria. So rezoning the property from AR2 to AR10 enables the limited development conservation parcel to move forward. We've talked about that. This is the activity envelope that we would establish. This is a very rough idea one. Obviously, anything 100 feet from the frying pan will be under stream setback. So there would be kind of a panhandle or a frying pan put around the existing development with just the small access road. So you can see what that would look like. We had provided in the land use application a draft, which staff has provided comments, and those were correct comments. And so we've reacted to those, and we'd happily amend our activity envelope site plan to meet the code, but that's generally what it would look like. And then obviously it would allow for the access from Lime Creek to be taken in its existing condition. So here's the math and how the TDRs are created. So you have 70 acres is deducted for the existing residence. So that's 167 minus 70, you get down to 97 acres. So the 97 divided by 35 is 2.7. In the world of planning, we never round up, we always round down. So that gets you your 2 TDRs by acreage. And then finally, the voluntary limitation of the house size down to 3250 would allow for the additional TDR to make 3 TDRs. I went over this, but again, unfortunately, Paul and I didn't get up there before, I think it's starting to snow up there. Still could go up there, but we had always planned to go and check it out and see for ourselves. But actually, Lime Creek is really a wonderful fishery. Has great opportunities. It's also just a beautiful, serene spot. So providing an additional benefit to the community by formalizing an access point into the Lime Creek is certainly something that Stan would like to do. And this maybe helps you. So you can't, your access is being taken from Eagle, Thomasville, Lime Creek Road. So that's where you can get into Lime Creek. And at no point where the river is flowing like this, is there any public accessibility from Stan's property. So that's why we landed at Lime Creek being the best option for a fishing easement. And so I can't stress this enough, but these are the views that will remain. And it's a project that really fulfills what TDR and the TDR program was all about, was to incentivize property owners who own large tracts of land to permanently conserve them, keep them open in perpetuity for future generations, and forego development. And in exchange for that great gift to the community, they also get a monetary benefit that allows for them to provide for their family, that allows to provide for future generations. In many cases, land like this is a major component of a person's portfolio, and it could have been handed down through various generations. So the TDR program really enables people to benefit from the ownership of the land, but also to provide a great community benefit by neutering development and keeping this open. So with that, I'm happy to respond to any questions that you have. I can go back to any slides that you would like to take a look at. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Francie.
So thank you for that presentation. It was really well done. I appreciate it. And it looks like the rezoning to AR10 makes a lot of sense. And I certainly want to encourage any development of a conservation easement. My concern, Patrick, is why a conservation easement and TDRs? He can, with a conservation easement, which are going for a pretty good price these days, he could certainly build security for his family and future generations without the TDRs. So With the conservation easement, he's conserving the land, which is of course what we'd love to see, but we're not creating development somewhere else in the county.
Well, the ability to sell TDRs is provided for in the land use code. It is a wonderful program. It has a great idea behind it, and this is simply utilizing an aspect of the land use code. The placing the property under a conservation easement is not as beneficial as the ability to sell TDRs. Let's just be clear about that. And it provides much more for future generations, for Stan's, children to benefit from this. And it's part and parcel of how the program works. So while I understand you could just simply give a conservation easement to the county, we're not dealing with a large corporation or an extremely wealthy person who has that ability to make that gift. There has to be a quid pro quo for this to work, because you're simply dealing with normal folks that have, somehow through their father, their future or previous generations have this land, and they still need to provide for it. It still needs to produce something. And so that's why the TDR program works, is because it enables the common people to provide something to the community and get something back for that gesture that you're making.
I'm not suggesting that he give the conservation easement. We would buy the conservation easement. He wouldn't be giving it.
We as in
Well,
Pickett
I
County-
understand, but I
Compensation
understand
trails
that
is who he's
also
talking
that
to.
the sale of TDRs is a more attractive, frankly, route to go.
All right, Greg had a question, I think about if there was an appraisal done on this property, and I have a question as well.
Yeah, I would love to know what the appraised value of the property is. The TDR thing, because they've become so valuable, apparently, or at least they're selling for so much, you're right. I think we're going to see people coming out of the woodwork, quite literally, from around the county with plans to neutralize their property, and that there's upside and downside of it. I think it merits further investigation. I'd like to know what the other options are, as Francie mentioned. I'm looking at the north side of the property, and I see on the east side of the river, it looks as if there is a development of some sort just across, the property line going downstream on the east side of the river. So I'm trying to wrestle. Usually I'm trying to figure out how to neutralize, developable land. Here I'm looking at it thinking, well, it looks like it might have been appropriate for AR2, and it just hasn't been developed, because it looks like there's very small parcels. I don't know what that is. Is it a campground or what's just downstream? That was one question. The second one is, I'd love to hear from the caucus on this, and the neighbors, and from open space, and I'd also love to hear from Healthy Rivers on really and what the merit of the access. Access to rivers is golden, and it's a wonderful thing, and it's really a fantastic suggestion that Stanley's made. But I have to say, the frying pan looks pretty good too, and there's more of it there, and there's probably more water in it, I'm guessing. Is it not? I don't understand why it wouldn't be possible to access the frying pan from this conservation easement as well, and I'd like to explore that. So those are my questions. The thing is it's an opportunity to get $3 million in TDR value plus, whatever they're selling for. So I kind of want to know what the value of the land is to start. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Paul.
I don't know. Patrick, I'm waiting. I noticed you were jotting notes, but I think those questions are to you for any that you.
Oh, yeah. Would you like me to answer those? Yeah, just
Yes.
let me know if you want me to answer them.
Please.
We do have, well, the problem here is I can't see you guys when I'm presenting.
Oh, I'll be happy to cue you better. We can see you and everybody else. So,
I know you can see me and you go into this like cone of silence when you start to present. But I think you could still see my screen and now I can see your happy faces. So that makes me feel better. There was a property appraisal Mr. Deerhammer has provided that was done a few years ago. We can look into that to find out what the valuation of the property was. The use is downstream. And if I'm looking at this image here, Greg, I guess you're talking about this development over here?
Right, yeah, and then I see it, just, it'd be nice to know what the lay of the land is. If there was any planning involved when they first did this, and, what was the original ambition and what turned out.
Right, well, we can look into it. I mean, it's certainly, there is a little bit of additional development on that side that is accessed, I believe, from the Yolanda Placer driveway, which is on the other side of Thomasville. And so there is a bridge, I think one of the few bridges in this area. So that's kind of a bit of a one-off of development over in that area that is probably historic to Thomasville.
And right, Greg, that and all those small lots on the other side of the river from Deerhammer's property, I mean, those are all pre-existing, again, really predate all of our zoning in that area. So, right, pre-existing non-conforming in the case of that one you're looking at up or downstream. Anyway, I mean, but all of that's, sort of old pre-existing pre-code
Got it.
stuff,
And it looks
for
like
the
there
most
might
part.
be seven or so houses or more right in there.
There are multiple cabins on that property, again, pre-existing non-conforming.
Got it.
And then as far as access to the river, we certainly would never want to exclude the frying pan from accessibility. However, it was through discussions with Paul at OST that, well, what are the most likely ways for people to get in there? The only way for someone to access from Mr. Deerhammer's property would be down his private access drive that takes it to his house. And so there's really no accessibility from, which is in the ability of Stan to provide to the Frying Pan River. So that's why Lime Creek was identified. And Lime Creek is actually, it's a great fishery, as I mentioned, a lot of cutthroat or brook trout up there. And it flows, it has, really tall spruce forest in there in the valley, kind of below the access point over in this general area. So it's really quite a wonderful opportunity for the public to get into there. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, if I could follow up a little bit, just looking at the map, it's really hard, and I don't know who the property owners are everywhere. If there was access from the Frying Pan Road to the Frying Pan River, to get, to the river from the other side and then maybe cross to Stanley's property, would he still have a problem with that?
Could you repeat that again? How would
I'm
you
just
do it?
wondering if a fisherman could get across the river. Is that a possibility that fishing access could be
Sure.
granted?
Yeah, Stan has said, yeah, not a problem.
So that would have to be noted in the approval, I think. So this is, I'm not sure this is a good idea, but I'm going to bring it up. Just because it's on my mind, the zoning of the AR2 to AR10 makes a certain amount of sense to me, but I have to ask, I think that you could preserve those views that you've shown us in the photographs, while even if that area was zoned AR2 and developed with however many houses, the views in question really are on the upper parcel up on the hillside above. And I'm wondering if Mr. Deerhammer had just considered keeping the AR2 and then conserving the upper parcels that really make the big view plane difference.
The reason behind the rezoning is to simply meet the criteria of the limited development conservation parcel. I don't believe it would be, again, Mr. Deerhammer has no intent to develop the property. He lives up there. This is something that again, is creating a legacy project, legacy property, a legacy project for his family, and keeping it the way it always has been. So the intent is to keep that undeveloped. And so it really becomes a question of just meeting the criteria of the limited development conservation parcel.
Got it. Okay, thanks. That's it for now.
Thank you.
I had a clarifying question regarding the existing usable structures, not the uninhabitable structures. Would those have to be removed before the 3250 could be developed?
The applicant has contended that those,
yeah.
pardon?
Those, yes.
Yeah, the applicant has contended that they're somewhat semi-ag structures, so we would require a covenant on the property if those structures were to remain.
Got it. Thank you.
Kelly, you're actually talking about those.
No,
right?
not the uninhabitable ones. I get that
Oh,
those
that-
would
Oh,
not be
I'm sorry, I
included.
thought you meant the uninhabitable ones.
I'm meaning these.
These has,
So
right.
would the existing residence and temporary garage have to be removed
No.
before the 3250 could be built?
And those are less than
Or
100
they could be
feet.
added on to,
So the
Wait a
total
minute.
could still only be the 3250
Yes.
plus the 1,000 CDU?
yes.
Including this square footage?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
but
Correct.
are they appear to be within 100 feet of the river, like fairly close. Are they
Right, so-
grandfathered then and could
Yeah,
still
so-
be rebuilt that close?
So there is a provision in the code that allows for legal, non-conforming structures, which these are because they're within 100 feet. And so there is criteria that one would have to follow to, if they wanted to add on in that specific location. Does that make sense?
I mean, the potential, I mean, looking at it, obviously, it's possible that, again, if they were allowed the 3250 and the 1,000 square feet for the CDU, maybe that existing cabin becomes the CDU. And then they build a new house. If they're building new, that structure is going to have to comply with the 100-foot setback. But when you're working with the existing footprint and, anyway, then we'd be in that sort of non-conforming within the 100-foot setback. But if you're going to build a new structure, a new house somewhere, it would have to comply with that 100-foot
Okay.
setback off the river.
Just theoretically, I'm thinking that's probably the best location on the property. And if I wanted to build the big house there, could I just expand the cabin by 3,200 square feet and still be within the, just wondering what's possible? Because,
You can go up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to keep the footprint the same. The existing area of disturbance on the footprint has to remain the same. You could go up and do something, I suppose, like a mushroom. But, yeah, it probably is not likely to get 3,250. But maybe with those two areas, combined, who knows?
All right, Steve, I see your hand.
So I don't have any questions for Patrick right now, but is this a public hearing today?
It is a public hearing.
And I just want to make comments, but I think maybe we should hold the public hearing.
Sounds good, Steve. I want to check in and see if everyone has been able to ask all of their questions, and then we'll do that. Patty?
These structures on this property were built prior to zoning and permitting, so are we considering them legal structures because they're grandfathered in, or are they legal structures?
We typically, if it's prior to when we were issuing permits in the area, we consider them, and we require applicants to document, like if they can come up with old maps or old photos to show that they were in existence prior to when permitting was required. So there's a documentation that occurs when someone wants to say, I have pre-existing legal structures.
And I believe it's 73 for permits being required in this area,
73.
sometime in the 70s.
Yeah.
So
for
do we have that
permits up to the frying
documentation?
pan.
No, because at this point, there's no, we've not required that documentation for the cabin and the barn, the uninhabitable, because there's no redevelopment happening on the
Right, but
property
what about
right
for
now.
the habitable?
Well, in this situation, we looked back on old planning files where there were a variety, so there was the rezoning from when Mr. Deerhammer and some other, property owners requested to come out of rural and remote zoning and to be zoned AFR 10. So there's a planning file that documents what's on the property then, the lot line adjustment, the survey. So when I look at something today, I look first in old planning files that documented the existing development on the property then. So I did not question whether the cabin, whether these structures, were there
Right,
before
well-
permitting.
Rural remote was 1995, and that was rezoned to FR 10 in 2000, so we're way ahead of when we had permits and zoning up there.
Right,
Just a question.
yeah.
I mean, Patrick and Stan may be able to address that.
Patrick, do you have additional info for Patty's question?
Do you have any idea when those structures were constructed?
They were in the mid-60s.
Mid-60s is what Mr. Deerhammer reports. Your father built them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, he moved them from Meredith.
Not the out, but your cabin that you're living in.
Yeah, he didn't move it, but he had it moved.
Okay, yeah. So, they were established in the mid-60s.
And
So
we
if
have documentation showing that?
We don't have documentation of that,
Okay,
but
just a
however,
question.
if there were no previous planning files that have
Right.
brought this property through a land use review process, and there had been nothing on it, then we would request that documentation.
Okay.
Certainly could now as well.
Other questions?
I have comments, but I'll wait till after the public.
Okay, sounds good. All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on the Deerhammer Limited Development Conservation Parcel application. We are considering, I'll open the public hearing for both the first reading of the ordinance rezoning a portion from AR2 to AR10 and amending the zoning map, as well as the resolution granting special review approval for the limited development conservation parcel, activity envelope, and site plan review. If any members of there's no one here in the room, but if any members of the public wish to join us on Zoom or by phone on this, now is your opportunity, and I will leave the public comment open for a minute or so to give folks time to join us. Is Dale Will joining us to comment on this? He is here. Can you promote Dale as a panelist, please? Yeah. Because I don't see anything else on here that would justify why he would join us today. But I'll go ahead and keep the public comment period open. Sure.
Kelly, did you want me to?
Hang on, I'm just gonna see if we have any other members of the public join us for public comment. Another 10 seconds or so. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment on this matter, and I would suggest before we have comments, since Dale has joined us, we'll turn to him for any questions from the board. Dale, I assume you've joined us to respond to some of the questions here?
Yeah, a little bird whispered in my ear
Okay.
that maybe open space should zoom in. And,
Okay. Well, thank
I
you.
didn't hear the questions, so.
No, we'll get them to you, but thanks for joining us on short notice. Okay, Steve stepped away. I believe he had a question. Francie?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Hi, Dale.
Oh, my video's been off.
Hi. Okay, so you guys have been talking to Stan about putting this under conservation easement, is that correct?
We have been in the loop with this application, and we took it to the Open Space Board, and both the staff and the board are in favor of acquiring this conservation easement. Our standard position on land use applications is, well, we're not weighing in on the ComDev elements of the application, but we are in favor of conserving this property.
And in order for you to conserve it, we have to convert the AR2 to AR10, correct?
That's a land use code requirement
That's
for
true,
the
right?
In order
conservation
for it to qualify
for a conservation easement?
Yes, for the
For the
limited.
right, for the to qualify under the code to be a limited development conservation parcel, it needs to be
Okay.
AR10. And then, but just to clarify too, what Dale's saying is the land use code requirement for that is then that a conservation easement is placed on the property. So that's the discussion open space is having, is that a conservation easement would be provided as a result of if approval is granted for the limited development conservation parcel.
So if the approval is granted to AR10, it has to go into conservation easement? Did I hear you say that?
Correct.
Oh,
But that's a part of the package deal of the incentive is the granting of TDRs in response. That's, I guess, as Patrick put it, the gifts, going back and
right.
forth,
But
is
what
the
if there's
conservation
no
easement.
TDRs involved? What if it's just the rezoning
That is
and the conservation
The
easement?
land use code provision is to grant TDRs and requires a conservation easement in exchange.
But is there anything that would restrict our rezoning it, not approving the TDRs, but rezoning it and having it go into conservation easement without TDRs?
That would be, you could
I would
rezone
agree with
it,
that.
deny the special review to be a limited development conservation parcel. And then the conversation about them granting a conservation easement or not is totally separate from a land use code discussion.
But I thought you said if we change the zoning, it had to go into conservation easement.
If it's only if you approve it to be a limited development conservation parcel, which allows for the grant of the TDRs in exchange for a conservation easement.
Okay, so if we rezoned it but denied the TDRs, then it would be rezoned, and then Paul or Dale or whomever could continue working with Stan on a conservation easement on this property, correct?
That could be, right, a separate conversation.
If open space wanted to spend money on it. Like, there's
Right.
a whole other component of like, who's
Right,
the
right,
buyer
right.
here?
Of course.
Essentially, Francie, I guess
I don't
maybe,
think they're
we always
doing
talk
this for
about
free.
tools in the toolbox.
Yeah.
And we have certain tools under the land use code, this being one of them, to conserve properties. Obviously, our open space program is a different tool
Right,
in the
right, I
county,
understand that.
in the toolbox.
Thank you.
Other questions for Dale? Steve, I see, oh, sorry, Steve, yeah, you stepped away, but we know you have questions.
Well,
Go for it.
It's not necessarily a question for Dale, maybe for Suzanne. Was it the limited conservation development parcel tool that Lynn Nichols used on her family's property up on the North Fork a few years ago? I
No.
believe it was. This really all seems very familiar to me, and I think it's because we looked at that application.
Actually, that one was under our conservation development PUD. We did for the Nichols property as well as for what was known as the Fender Middle Ranch. those came through a different tool in the toolbox. Limited development conservation parcel, the Timroth property on East Soapers Creek Road came through this provision. And also, I think it was what was considered the Fender's upper parcel, a parcel that had no development on it and just came in and purely took TDRs and conserved under this provision. But yeah, two different options under the land use code.
Okay, so those are all ringing a bell to me because this just seemed to have a lot of similarities to, other things I've seen in the past few years.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be 500 acres to do that.
What do we use for Sunfire?
Open space
That was
master
an
plan.
open space purchase and an open
And-
space
right.
master plan approval.
Right, but yes, that involved open space county funds.
And
to
so
purchase.
Dale, at this point, you're interested in this place being acquired, the conservation easement being acquired by OST?
Yeah, I mean, let me add that our familiarity with this property has really come as a result of the landowner's application. And we haven't had any independent negotiations with them.
Oh, I see.
We'd be happy to have discussions with virtually anyone that has land with conservation values.
Okay, thanks, Dale. Greg, other questions?
Yeah, Dale, I'm just thinking if this property came to open space, and you were looking for the various mechanisms that you could explore to acquire it and put it under conservation easement, what other tools than this one do you have that you might propose to the board at open space? Or to the BOCC?
Well, essentially what we're talking about is different ways of compensating landowners for the value they give up when they do a conservation easement. And you can pay cash, that's what the open space fund is set up to do. You can issue an incentive like a TDR that comes through ComDev. Both the state and the federal tax codes have incentives for the donation of these things, and in particular, the state tax credit is a pretty attractive incentive right now. It just went up to 90% of the donation value. So there's at least 3 different ways we have to compensate people for conservation.
How difficult would it be to put together a menu like that to share with and work with the applicant? The concern I've heard from Francine that I've expressed is just that, it seems that the TDRs have become so dear that, we ought to be using them frugally. So it's hard to grant TDRs. Every time it comes up, I wonder if it's where it's going to land. So, I'd love to see the deer hummers get good value for their property and to create the conservation easement. And I'm wondering what other mechanisms could possibly do that.
Well, of course, we're happy to have such discussions. In the pay cash world, appraisals tend to be the prerequisite for having these kinds of discussions, and I don't know whether any have occurred. It seems to me one of the dilemmas the county has in regards to TDRs is that the value of the TDRs is swinging up and down without regard for the appraised value of the conservation restrictions that you would be acquiring. And for years, I've been wondering how to address that, whether there could be some code changes that you might consider. But on a given day, people will come in, say a rural and remote parcel, depending where it is, the conservation, the cash value of the conservation easement may be more or less than the potential TDR yield. So we've had situations where somebody wanted open space to make up the difference between the TDR value and the conservation easement value, and we've done that in certain circumstances. But I think what's happening right now is the TDR value is so high that people are looking at some of the things in the land use code and they're much more attractive than they would have been a few years ago when the TDR values were low. So that would really invite a look at the code to see if you wanted to build in some kind of a safety valve for those kinds of dynamics.
Thank you. Yes, if there was a question in that, and if you want us to, if we want you to work with us on understanding this, the answer for me would be yes. My final question might just be, I'd love to certainly hear from the neighbors and other interested parties, including the river interests. And then I'd also think that it merits a site visit, certainly by you, Dale, and I'd like to see it, and maybe some other commissioners and other people would as well.
Other questions for Dale?
I don't have a question for Dale, but I'd like to respond to what Greg said. Is that okay?
Yep.
This is as far as I know, the second time we've had something like this come up, and we're supposed to make a decision right now at this meeting. And I just find that really difficult. I think we made a mistake in the Redstone case when we didn't have any time to think about it or visit it or anything. And I would like to postpone a decision if at all possible. I don't know what the legality is of that, but I don't think we have anywhere near enough information to rubber stamp
Can
some
I respond to
TDRs.
you?
Yes, of course.
I don't think that's true.
What?
We are not rushed
Oh.
to make a decision. I mean, we have continued Pandora's ordinance and resolution
Right.
for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're rushed. This
Okay.
is the application on the table right now. We are entitled to ask for more information and time on it. I will say, the bigger question of the TDRs is looming here, and it seems like a bit of a waste of time for staff and applicant if the answers to that question are gonna hold up our ability to make a decision, for me. So I am wondering if we are not authentically able to, like, look at this, or this board as a majority cannot look at this without resolving those, then we should also be clear about that too, because I don't think it's fair for everybody to, like, go through these processes. If any time a TDR request is gonna come to us and we are not gonna follow the land use code, because we need to have a different conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the very beginning of this.
So I'm a little frustrated by how this conversation is going, but, that's okay. We could dive into that a little bit later. Steve?
So, thanks for the presentation, Patrick. I understand it a whole lot better now than I did looking at the packet. I can really see why Stan is wanting to do this. It actually has a lot of similarities to the land where I live up here, where we own about 160 acres, and we're trying to keep it in the family and preserve it. It's, I really see where he is coming from. I am tending towards being favorable for the rezoning request, seeing that the land is on the opposite side of the river from the other AR2. However, I would like to either have the site visit in person or a really good drone visit for having in place of our site visit, just before I make my final decision on that. Seeing the power line running right through the property brings back memories to me when that power line was put up the Frying Pan River, and there was a huge amount of angst and anger from residents all up and down the Frying Pan River, and I imagine that was the same case with the Deerhammer family having it go right by their house. And this brought back memories of when that was happening. I can see the value of doing a conservation easement on all this property, because it is highly visible from, lots of different places around there, as your pictures have shown. I would not be entirely opposed at all to giving TDRs for this. That's what our family did. We didn't get paid anything by Open Space and Trails. We got paid with TDRs, and we took our chances on, you know, we had to market them and sell them for what we could get. But so it has a lot of similarities to my family's piece of land on Capitol Creek. I am very skeptical about the basically gaining 750 square feet for a residence in the Frying Pan Valley for the value of one TDR, and I think I would be opposed to that request. That's what I'm tending towards, barring getting some more information. But anyhow, I think that we should continue both of these items today, schedule a site visit or get a good drone visit by Andrew Schumacher on this, and see if that would, I think that would probably suffice, just so we can all see the same thing.
Thanks, Steve. And I was going to hopefully chime in, but I'll let you.
Real quick, we do need to make a decision today. We either need to approve, or we need to deny, or we need to continue it with direction to staff as to why we're continuing it and what information we need. So there is a decision that needs to be made. We have a choice in decisions. I don't have a problem if the board wants to continue this and we want to get a drone site visit done. And then we need to be very direct in telling staff and the applicant what further information we need.
Thanks, Patty.
Is that a motion?
No.
I have
So,
more discussion. if
Kelly,
that's okay.
one bit of information that
Yeah.
I did talk about earlier, I would like to find out from staff about, I really think that the property is bifurcated into several different parcels by the road, going up where the switchbacks are, and then it butts right up against the Lime Creek Colony property. So I think I really want to get a understanding of what would be allowed if we don't do this, because I think they could potentially come in for, you know, just have different lots and be able to apply for building permits on different lots up there. I need to have a better understanding of that.
It's a good technical point, Steve. You know, I guess, I really think this is like an eminently reasonable application, barring all of the concerns with the TDR. And, you know, I'll just lay out a little bit why. Not even looking at the AR2, which, you know, if it's just math, there could be 6 lots there for development. You know, by state statute, they are allowed a development right for 35 acres. So they have 4.
They're allowed to create 35-acre parcels. They don't have a
Thank
development
you.
right.
Okay.
Sorry,
35
gotta
acre
jump on that one.
parcels. So they could pursue 4 development rights up there for 4,000 square foot homes and 1,000 square foot CDUs on each of those 4 lots that they could pursue by right. So that is 20,000 square feet that they could go after without, you know, with like dealing with the planning department and growth management to do that. And they're willing to give up so much of that in this trade-off that I think is a good bargain, which I agree with Steve. I'm not compelled to approve the TDR for the 750 square feet, but the other 2 TDRs that amount to 5,000 square feet in what we've decided as appropriate landing sites, receiving sites. And, you know, I think we need to have conversations related to whether the amount is right, whether the receiver sites are right, all of those things, you know, but the TDR's value is like where it goes, not when it's issued, right? So we have some like ability to restructure the market even as it exists. And, you know, I just think it is a very reasonable offer that they're putting for what we are getting and all of the square footage that would not be built in return, personally, for this. So, And again, I really am like, if we want to have a moratorium on issuing TDRs, like, let's have that conversation. As opposed to bringing that into all of these development applications where they are complying with the code and what they have in front of them. It's just not a fair signal, I think, from us to say we have problems with the code, but you're going to go through this whole process and, you know, we haven't made the changes to make that reasonable for them to know what they're dealing with, personally. So I'm hearing some questions on the table. Suzanne?
Just to add
Yeah.
to your comments about that, and just so, you know, everyone on the board is clear too, that you see certain requests to create TDRs, constrained sites, limited development, CDPUD. If it's a rural remote property, that is just an administrative action that we issue the TDR. If it's a legally created parcel, it's not merged, the code, you know, dictates it. And we are definitely seeing more interest in the creation of TDRs. So right, I mean, there are ones that are happening, and your annual update, when I bring you all of our numbers on what's happening with TDRs, is coming on December 15th. So I'll be pulling all that information together, but we have definitely seen more interest, and we have issued TDRs that do not come to the BOCC for approval to be issued. So just to make sure everyone is aware of that. So when you talk about, right, if you wanted to stop the issuance of TDRs, it's more than just these applications that you are seeing.
Right.
I do have a question about that, is that okay?
Sure.
So when you do that, you're taking a rural and remote piece of property which has the right to build 1,000 square feet and extinguishing that right, and then they then sell the TDR for 2,500 square feet. So it's a multiplier, correct?
That's the way, yes, it is valued at 2,500
Yeah.
square feet for someone to use. That's the way it works today.
And may I add on to that? There are areas where receivers, where someone lands a TDR that is an administrative
I
level.
can't hear you, I'm sorry.
There are areas in the county, primarily within the urban growth boundary, that a TDR is landed on a property that is an administrative level review. Then there are areas where the hearing officer considers landing TDRs. So if they're outside the urban growth boundary, but they're still within pretty much the Aspen metro area, then the hearing officer will look at those.
So you're saying it's not necessarily automatic?
It's not necessarily automatic, but it's not, the BOCC does not
Yeah.
see those.
And I guess I just would offer, I just don't see a reality where the open space program is always going to be able to buy property that is otherwise being conserved through the TDR program. Like, I'm in full agreement our board needs to improve the TDR program. It's not perfect. We have opportunities to strengthen it, but I continue to think it needs to be a tool in the toolbox. So maybe this is a different situation and there is an opportunity for the open space program to work with a willing seller in that realm, but I don't think that's going to be the case for all of them. Greg?
I just wanted to say, in response to your frustration expressed earlier, I think a situation like this has to come up before we're even able to ask the questions that lead to the conversation that we need to have. So I would certainly heartily ask for a conversation about the TDRs and a review of the TDR landing sites so I can understand it better, and maybe we all can, and look at, you know, what's happening with it. It's high time for a review of that. The reason I was asking Dale those questions, and while I'm trying to find out what else is possible here, and honestly, I wouldn't be able to understand that unless we have an example like this in front of us. So I apologize to Patrick and to the Deer Hammers for making you the subjects of it, but it is a broader conversation, and so I would certainly agree to moving that conversation on at another time. So what I'd like to see specifically on this is, the site visit as described, other options that might be presented, whether they come from open space or ComDev or planners. This to me looks like an area that it's an interesting area. It's kind of urban already. Is what we're doing necessary and appropriate, and what is the actual cost and the actual value associated with it? I can't disconnect the value of the property from the value of that we're going to be giving with the TDRs. So I want to understand that, and it may be fine, but I just want to understand it. So I'm trying to make sure I have the questions. Other options, things that we could do to help get Mr. Deerhammer his goal here. Other options which might help us reach our goals. I'd like to understand the just what is involved in this access and availability of the Lime Creek access, as well as Frying Pan River access potential. So maybe that's Healthy Rivers and Streams doing a site visit and weighing in, or Roaring Fork Conservancy. When a piece of waterfront property comes up to us, we all get really excited. This is an amazing opportunity. So I don't want to discount that. I'm actually really excited about the possibilities of what could happen here. So those are some of the questions that I have, and so I think it merits a continuance, if you all agree, and I would propose that if it's time.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to.
Wait, I have.
Oh, Patty.
The fishing easement, we have acquired fishing easements in the past that didn't connect, but whenever we've had the opportunity to acquire them, we have asked to do so, because eventually we've had a lot of them that now connect, because of over time we've been able to gain more
Right.
fishing easement. So I too would like the applicant to consider a fishing easement on both Lime Creek and the Frying Pan. I would also like the applicant to consider any new development of, or redevelopment of the existing habitable cabin be outside of the 100-foot setback for the river. I think that is critical for us. I just want him to consider. I also want the applicant to consider a requirement that there will be no short-term rentals on this property in perpetuity. And I have a question as to the 20-year vesting that the applicant has requested. So that's a part of the current application before us. So those are just issues that I'd like to come back with more explanation or justification.
Okay, I think,
So you want to entertain a motion to
date
continue?
certain?
Can we pull a date out?
So just to clarify, it sounds like, are you saying not an in-person site visit? Is
No,
anyone?
I have a couple clarification
Oh, okay.
questions.
Yeah, okay, there's more.
Well, then maybe you should jump in and
I don't know, do you want to take your motion and then
It
I can
doesn't matter.
discuss
We can
it?
do our, see, we're getting questions and then we'll do the motion.
Okay.
So let's do that.
So on the site visit, so definitely happy to organize a site visit for you. If I could just kind of offer my opinion on site visit versus a drone site visit is a lot of work. Andrew and I work really hard together. We create kind of a PowerPoint for you, going around the property, what's important. I really think, and if Mr. Deerhammer and Patrick would support this, I think an in-person site visit is the best way to see this property.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Do you know how much that is to organize?
Of course,
With our-
we're happy to host you.
Well, yeah, but our schedule between now and the end of the year, on top of the holidays, on top of all five of
Okay.
us being there and
I-
finding a day.
I'm happy
And
to-
it would be a full day.
I'm happy to do whatever you want to do. I just want you to know that a drone site visit is not just as easy as putting a drone up in the air and showing you guys video.
If I could add to that, sometimes you don't get what you want, even then, what you perceive and what you think is the right angle. Like right now, even looking at, pardon me, Patrick, but looking at your photographs, I want to see more. I want to see more than what you're showing me. So I'd want to go and actually be able to look at it from those important angles with a wider field of view or a different higher angle. Or so anyway, I'm all
happy.
Yeah, so I'd love to go out there. Basically, I'll go see it.
So maybe we could look at a compromise and do both.
Well, no, I think if we can organize it in person, that's fine. I'm just saying it's not gonna be easy looking at our schedule that
Yeah.
we have before us now, and it's called winter.
I know.
It's like supposed to snow, let's hope.
Well, people live there.
I mean, there's some obstacles, but that doesn't mean we can't figure out a way around them, but I just wanna give everybody a heads up that, yeah.
Well, and my thought was it would be, so Paul Holsinger and Carly Klein of Open Space and Trails and myself met Patrick. We did a site visit, but I think it would be really great to have Paul join us on that site visit again, so we could talk about Lime Creek and Frying Pan and, you know, just accomplish all of that on site at once. I think
Yeah.
would be helpful.
If possible, I don't know if we need to ask Healthy Rivers, maybe that's something Paul can just do. But if we want a perspective from, river value, it'd be
Okay.
nice to have somebody who focuses on that, having
Okay.
already looked at it, maybe.
Yeah. So in your packet, there is a referral comment from Paul, but I think it will include Paul in any kind of site visit, and Healthy Rivers representatives. We asked the caucus to weigh in. I didn't get anything from the caucus. I will push the caucus again for a referral comment.
I know, this is the time of year they're not as,
See, they only meet once a year, but
No,
as
they
I.
meet 3 times a year. They meet June, July, and August.
but it's now December.
Yeah,
almost,
I know.
but yeah.
I'm just
What
saying.
about immediate neighbors?
I did, as I put in your memo, 3 neighbors did call me in response
They're
to
okay.
their public notice, which was thrilling that someone took our public notice. And 3 neighbors did respond. If you'd like me to ask them for written comments, if that would be more helpful to you, I'm happy to do that. So I'll reach out to the caucus and I'll reach out to the neighbors. I think, thank you, Steve, for the comment about the road. We'll follow up on that, about the road and does it bifurcate the property or not. Patty, I heard you say that we will get better documentation on the.
I'm okay,
Are you sure?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, no, I can live with that. It's just the other things that I want the applicant to consider when it comes back, but that's
Okay.
nothing that staff needs to do, it's just for the applicant's
Okay.
consideration.
oh, okay. And then, Greg, what other options could be presented for conservation?
Well, I'm still trying to get a grip on it. It sounds as if the land to the 10, the AR-10, currently that's AR-10 could be zoned to something. Could that be zoned rural and remote and turned into TDRs, for instance? Could that, just,
Yeah,
I'm throwing stuff.
Back to rural remote.
Okay, right, back to.
The
back- okay.
road disqualified.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just need to hear that. Is it possible that we wouldn't change the AR2 and they could still somehow get a conservation easement on the remaining property? Perhaps they would even develop the AR2. I'm not dead set against that. It seems pretty urban to me, quite honestly. So maybe that's an appropriate place. I'm throwing it out to be provocative, but I'd like to understand what the possibilities are. And I'm not sure I'm hearing a full palette, and I understand that there may be some other possible creative ways of getting them what they want, and getting us what we want without creating more TDRs, which is, as Francie points out, it is something I think about.
Well, it's my understanding if the whole property isn't zoned FR10, it doesn't qualify for the limited development.
It doesn't qualify for this provision.
And therefore,
Right, but that doesn't
TDRs are
exclude
out.
us.
But that doesn't preclude there being
Another
a
thing, but
totally
just
separate,
the zoning they're
Right,
looking at.
exactly. Doesn't
pursuing a conservation easement outside of the provisions of the land use code.
Okay,
They're only eligible for this provision if they're.
if they have
they're all-
that acreage, right, okay.
And I think the reality, I mean, I haven't, scaled it, but I mean, a lot of that AR2, I mean, it's across the river from the other lots. So it's very differently situated in terms of access and all of those things. But it's also within a very, it's a pretty long, narrow strip. A lot of that's probably within the 100-foot setback of the river.
So maybe it's not even developable, right? Well, those are.
I don't know
I guess
how
I need
much
to
per-
understand that better.
Okay.
Plus, if we're gonna look at an easement, it would be really nice to have it be contiguous with the Frying Pan River, instead of separated from it by houses or whatever.
Good point. Need anything else from me?
Yeah, we need that motion.
A date.
got it.
Yes, a date.
Yeah. How
Do you
far
guys feel
how can
good
this
about
go?
about all the list of things that we need to come back with? And Patrick, are you clear, or do you have any questions?
I believe that I'm clear. I'll just reserve comment to when we come back and look forward to having the site visit with you. Of course, we'll work with Leslie to make sure that everything, gets closed off. And then we can pick up the conversation again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to make the motion?
Patrick
now?
and Stan, I just want to check on access to the property. I mean, is it accessible? Is that winter maintained?
Yeah, it is accessible. I mean, it's certainly going to be a lot easier. Generally, Stan goes down to Louisiana during the winter, the high winter months. Though he does have a tractor and the ability to plow that road out. It would also, obviously, Lime Creek Road is has winter maintenance up to his driveway. I think you could even conceivably just walk down the hill if we needed to. But, if we do it sooner as opposed to later, access is going to be a lot easier, but of course it can be plowed out quite easily. And it's accessible with a normal four-wheel drive car in winter. It's easily accessible with a street vehicle now, but we can make it work.
Steve, did you have a question?
Well, I was wondering, looking at the calendar, next week is Thanksgiving week. I'd be glad to do it sometime early in the week, even next week, if other people were able to do that. I think the sooner the better.
I won't be available, Steve. I'm sorry.
Me neither. I have lots of sizes of snowshoes, from toddler size to
I've done
really
a
big
snowshoe
man
site
size
visit once.
size.
I've got a few too.
Okay.
I also have a toboggan that we can all slide down the hill together.
How about Friday?
Well, I guess,
Friday.
I mean, do you want to pick a date for the hearing and then we'll sort out
Yes.
site visit dates
Yes.
another time?
Yes, we need to have a continuation date
So
for
I
the
guess it's really
ordinance
a
and
question
resolution.
if we think this could, I mean, there's a lot of information requested trying to schedule a site visit. I'm not sure that it's realistic to think we'd do this at one of your meetings in December, because you're on the 1st and the 15th. So
don't
I'm
think
assuming we're talking about pushing this into January.
Oh, yeah.
John's nodding, that's what my head is saying, but I
Yes.
want to make sure that, okay. So then, I mean, the meetings in January are scheduled at the 12th and the 26th.
And the 4th, the 11th, the 18th.
I can do Friday.
The regular
The
meetings.
25th. Meetings on the
Friday.
27th, on the,
I'm sorry, which dates?
12th and the 26th
wait,
are your
that's-
regular meeting
Okay,
dates.
Wait,
how about the
that's wrong
12th?
Friday. Hang on.
I mean, and again, we can always set it there and, if we're still
Sure.
needing more, we can push again.
I have lunch with John on Friday, though. That's my only
Cancel
conflict.
that.
So the 12th, we're talking about the hearing date. Is that okay?
12th of
January 12th?
January, we will all be here anyway? Okay.
Okay.
well, I was thinking site visit. We're gonna skip our regular meeting, go on a site visit.
No, okay.
Sounds
Are
great.
you ready, Greg, to make
So I'm going to make a
motion?
motion that we continue the Deer Hummer Limited Development Conservation Parcel discussion, Part A, the ordinance rezoning from AR2 to AR10, amending the zoning map to reflect this change, and B, resolution granting special review approval for limited development conservation parcel, activity envelope and site plan review for the Stanley A. Deerhammer property at 24963 Frying Pan Road to January 12th, with a site visit in the meantime,
And that also includes
including the
continuing the
amendment.
first reading and public hearing.
Yes. So that would include first reading public hearing on the 12th of January.
I will second that.
Thank you, Francine.
Thanks, Patty.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, I'm going to ask for a break before we go to the next
Yes.
item. How long do
Thank you,
people?
Mr. Deerhammer.
Thank you, Patrick
If I
and
hit
Deerhammer
leave, you don't want me to
family.
hit leave.
Thank you,
right?
Patrick.
Thank you,
Happy
everybody.
holidays.
You want to
We'll see
stay
you later.
this teed up.
We'll see you in
Okay.
2022.
Delete all of this.
All right, how long do folks
here.
need? 10 minutes? Okay, a 10-minute break, please,
Voila,
grassroots.
Of course.
I so appreciate it.
No problem.
So,
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, November 17th. We took a little bit of a break, and we are resuming with item number 5 on our agenda, which is also a land use public hearing, and this is a resolution approving the T Lazy 7 Ranch special review for commercial snow dumps. The following 2 applications are also special reviews for commercial snow dumps, and I think Patty had
Yeah,
something she wanted
I
to
have
say referring to all 3.
I have a suggestion for all 3 of these. In light of the annual requirement for soil testing and the fact that we had one application here that didn't test it until just this year, and they did in September, is there any way we can follow up better with how we can, flag the annual reviews, and we know there's a time frame we're supposed to, the soil testing, we're supposed to receive it?
We have that. It's a matter of it's more the capacity thing where it definitely is on our tickler, but
Oh, it is.
Whether somebody's there and ready to follow up. Everyone has an update. We do have gotten all of the various testing from the entities now. We didn't necessarily have all of the years. But in terms of getting it on an annual basis, I mean, we would really like to put more of the burden on the applicant to make sure that's happening. We can obviously follow up, and we do have a mechanism for that. Unfortunately, it's one of those things
Well, I
that
just
kinda
think if
drops
they
through the
failed to
cracks.
do it, they're in non-compliance, and if the test results came back above the acceptable levels, then we'd want to mitigate the soil contamination and do a plan to make sure it doesn't continue to happen.
Right.
So, I think, I understand that everybody's busy, and I understand that, but this one didn't do it until right when they had to reapply for their permit. So if we could maybe at some point add that in or follow something, because that's significant if we have soil contamination coming from these snow dumps. All right, that's all I needed to say. We can, want to get that out there.
All right, thanks, Patty. Okay, Steve, just want to check in. You can hear us okay? Okay, great. All right, Suzanne, go ahead, please.
Am I not? What happened? Start video? No?
Let's go back to the
Go back.
And we're gonna reshare our screen, because sometimes we need to share the whole screen rather than
Oh,
just
I need
the
to open it
USB.
from
Yep,
there versus,
exactly.
okay, so I've got 2 more that I'll have to do that way, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Suzanne Wolf, for community development. Just overall, since you all know there are 3 of these coming, I'll do a little overview, and then we can do each one individually, since they are all separate and have separate representatives. But all of 3 of these have previously had 5-year permits, most recently granted in 2016. They all had permits from the 5-year period before that as well. And it was at that point, back in 2011, I think it was, when the county created new regulations for these snow dump sites, and a process for them to go through for special review. And these 3 we've kind of been trying to track them together and keep them together when they come to you on the agenda. So that's where we are today. But essentially, they had the 5-year permits that have now expired, and they require a new approval to move forward. So starting with T Lazy 7. On the map, you can see originally approval was granted for 2 sites. So you see the main site up there, and then the chuck wagon site. The main change that has happened for this property in the last 5 years was the new FEMA floodplain mapping was adopted. In 2016, we knew it was coming. We had concerns about the main site. And then that was verified when the new mapping came out, that the snow dump site is now within the mapped floodplain. So once that was, we were made aware of that, the mapping was adopted. That site has not been used for the last couple of years since we, had that conversation with them. So at this point, there's just one snow dump site on the property, and that is the chuck wagon site. So that was the biggest change, was the floodplain mapping and the reduction to one site. Also, since the last approval in T Lazy 7, Maroon Creek adopted a new master plan in 2018. And it does specifically address the snow storage site at T Lazy 7. said, subject to permitting requirements and compliance with Pitkin County standards and conditions. The caucus supports continuation of the existing snow trucking and storage at T Lazy 7 Ranch without expansion of the operation. So that's important. We did refer the application to the caucus. We did not receive any comments, but I think their comments are pretty well stated in that statement out of their master plan that they are okay with the continuation of this use in that location. Only other update, right, to the memo and the information addressing the criteria were that they did provide those additional soil test reports from the various years. You know, some we had received at various points in time, not all, but they have done them all and, you know, and are in compliance with the established threshold. So there is no issue there. Again, the last couple of years, that was just for the chuck wagon site, and the testing is only being done there. Really, those are the only sort of pieces of new information I wanted to bring up. And otherwise, we're recommending approval, special review approval for a new 5-year permit, again, subject to that, you know, the reporting requirements. And yes, Patty, I think probably on both sides, we can all do a better job of making sure the applicant is getting those test results and submitting them to us as required under the resolution.
Sometimes we just have to do the best we can.
Questions for Suzanne right now? Yep.
Just, is there any hardship associated with having to abandon the main site? Is T Lazy 7 concerned about volume of snow or any other issues? Any comments from them we should hear? Or
Jesse and Rick are on, so I think they can respond to those. I mean, I think on our end, in terms of, you know, restoration, they did address, you know, there was never any, you know, once the snow was melting out, you know, vegetation was naturally reoccurring, so there wasn't any, doesn't seem to be any issue with reclamation of that site in terms of opportunity, you know, how much snow storage they need, they can speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, so as far as Rick and Jesse here, how's it going? Rick and Jesse Dean. As far as the chuck wagon site, we have more than enough space there. We don't push over the boundary at all. We're not like, oh no, where are we going to put it? And then as far as reclamation in the springtime, as it melts out, we do seed it and we do go back in and clean up any debris that's there, wood debris, gravel, etc. And it grows back by mid-June. It's very back to natural looking land. There's some little piles that do occur, but we do break that up and make sure that it's growing back by July. We're good to go there. We just kind of turn the snow over as it's melting out and disperse it so we can get green grass coming back as natural and fast as we can.
Great. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Rick. I'm glad to hear you guys are optimists.
Seriously.
All right, other questions? Steve?
Question for the deans. By the main site, is there any place on the opposite side of the road there that would be suitable for putting snow there? I imagine you had that there because it was probably more convenient for hauling snow there from some of your property, but I'm curious if there is another site on the other side of the road that would work.
So directly adjacent to, we do have a bunch of rentals there and some streams and small issues right there where there's not much space. There is a very small amount of space, and directly to the left where the main was, that used to be a cow horse pasture. So that was why it was a perfect spot back then, because it was, you could just pull right in there without having to kind of cause too much congestion throughout that whole area. As you know, it's a very narrow valley, so there's not a lot of space to be able to do that without making issues for other traffic on the roads and things like that. That's why it was a good spot. That's why the chuck wagon grounds is an optimal spot as well, because it's right there, right on the side of the road. In the wintertime, it actually benefits because it does expand the parking for the cross-country skiers and the hikers and the bikers who do go up to the Bells from the closed gate right there. So it's kind of a two-piece thing, beneficial in the wintertime because you do get more parking so cars can pull out there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the parking, the snow, we pack it, and it gets packed enough that they actually, there's probably room for another 20 cars there most of the time. once it gets a couple warm days, we pack it and they can pull right out of the snow. We don't have to pull too many people out.
Great.
A few Ferraris here and there that go out there.
Other questions?
I just have a
Patty?
comment. Yeah, before we open it, it's a public hearing, right?
It
Before
is
we open
public
it.
hearing, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to thank Jesse and Rick for spending the entire afternoon with us, waiting for us to get to you. So we appreciate your patience, and it's good to see you guys.
It's all good.
And thank you, Jesse, for bringing this application forward. I know your sister was insistent that you do it this year, so.
Yeah, she's kind of spreading her wings and letting us do a little bit more up here too, and making her. So it was interesting getting the whole process through and learning it all. So I actually
Good.
enjoyed it a lot. Learned a lot.
Thank you.
Liar.
Yeah.
All right, if there aren't any other questions, I will open the public hearing on this item. Okay, any members of the public who wish to comment on this resolution approving the special review for a commercial snow dump at T Lazy 7, now is your time. Please feel free to call in and join us. We will give it about half a minute. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone join us, so I'm going to close the hearing on this resolution application and bring it back to the board.
I will make a motion to approve the T Lazy 7 special review for commercial snow trucking, dumping, and storage.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Greg. Any further conversation? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you to the Dean family. Good luck this winter.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you much.
All right, next is a similar application for resolution approving the Elam Construction special review for commercial snow storage at the Wagner Gravel Pit. Suzanne.
Got it. I was like, Michaela can help me, but if anybody needed the map, I can bring them up, but I'll just keep moving. So similar request, Jim Duty is with us with Elam Construction. And really not a whole lot to add here. We sent the referral to the caucus. We did not receive any comments. Haven't heard any complaints or anything. And I think in this case, they have done all the annual testing and submitted all of those reports were provided to us, and everything was within those thresholds. So all in compliance and basically similar conditions moving forward for a new 5-year permit.
Okay, any questions, or would Mr. Duty like to present anything on this?
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
I just wanted to mention that, we do our yearly or annual review with Pitkin County Commission. And inside our packet is always our lab results for water and soil. So we actually deliver those to you once a year.
Great, thank you.
I'm looking at them.
Any questions for Suzanne or Jim?
Nope.
Steve?
I'm curious if you get kind of a pond forming there when the snow melts, seeing as how it's down in the bottom of the pit, kind of at the lower end there. I was just curious what happens when the snow melts.
Well, it's usually on a pretty flat area where everything's brought in. And then it just pretty much dissipates into the soil. And that's part of the soil testing, is that location.
So if there was, you do a lot of testing, I know that, and I suppose if the danger would be if we weren't doing the testing and it ended up in the groundwater, it could be in people's wells nearby, but I think that's why we have you do the testing, so that's good. So thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? All right, let me open the public hearing. Anyone who wishes to comment on the resolution approving the Elam Construction Special Review for commercial snow storage, please go ahead and join us or call in now. Okay. I know. All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this one and bring it back to the board for discussion
I
or a
will make a
motion.
motion to approve the resolution approving the Elam Construction Inc. Special Review for commercial snow trucking, dumping, and storage at the Wagner Gravel Pit.
Thank you,
I'll
Greg.
second that.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion?
He's an optimist.
Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. We appreciate all your hard work.
All right, happy Thanksgiving. All right, the number 7, a resolution approving the Smuggler Consolidated Mines LLC special review for commercial snow storage at the Smuggler Mine.
I was wondering why Patrick was back.
Yeah, he's just hanging around.
He just did. We were so entertaining, he didn't want to leave.
Patty,
us.
I've
I'm
been
gonna
here
send you
all.
some of my kids' drawings for behind you, on the wall there.
Need some color. So yes, Patrick for Smuggler Consolidated Mines and the owner Aspen Green Mountain LLC. Similar, no real new referral comments at the last approval in 2016. We had added some conditions from open space and trails related to recreational use and trucks, and interaction. And that, they just asked that condition be continued. They had not, didn't have comments about any issues that had resulted. So mostly just same conditions. They did track down some of their additional testing that from, let's see, apparently there was no dumping in 2017-18. Patrick can correct me, but we did receive the reports for 16-17, 18-19, and 19-20, so for those years. And again, all of the results have been within those thresholds, so they're in compliance. And that was really about it to add at this point, so recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Patrick, would you like to offer anything else?
No, not really. Only that what I've always said before about this is kind of a great site for snow dumping. It's negatively graded because of the previous issues with the Smuggler site. So groundwater, nothing escapes the site. So when you're putting stuff up there, it stays there. So it really is easily accessible and a great location for snow dumping. And we are hoping for a big snow year that will receive lots of loads of snow.
All right, hear, hear. Any questions for Suzanne or Patrick? Patty?
Patrick, I just want to thank you guys for the ability to use this site actually for snow trucking, dumping, and storage, because it helps to keep that truck traffic off the highway coming and going up and down valley. So I think that's a benefit to the community, so thank you.
One thing I would add too, Patty, and I just thought of it, the EPA is still involved with the site, obviously, and they really appreciate the fact that a delisted Superfund site can be utilized in a community benefit. So that has been noted by the EPA, and I just want to pass that on to the community, that this is a great way to utilize, what would otherwise be probably turned your back to.
Right, and remember, they're still keeping an eye on us, Patrick.
They are.
Unless you're in New Jersey and they put housing on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, comments, or questions? I'll open up the public hearing. Individuals who wish to comment on the resolution approving the Smuggler Mine Commercial Snow Storage Site application. Let's see, nobody has joined us, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board. Francie?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for the Smuggler Consolidated Mines LLC special review for commercial snow trucking, dumping, storage at the Smuggler Mine.
I'll second that. Oh, Steve beat me too.
All right, thank you, Francie, thank you, Steve. Any further discussion?
I was looking in here to see if silver was included in the metals that were, included, because I thought it'd be great to be taking silver back to the smuggler, but it doesn't seem to be in any significant quantities.
Just need to test for it. Well, we know that there's silver down there. It's just a matter of getting it out.
We know it's there somewhere. We're sure it is. Thank you.
We're Scout's honor.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, thanks, Patrick. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right, and here we are up to items 8 and 9 regarding the Pandora rezoning application from Aspen Ski Company. And I will turn it to Patty, who will have a statement.
Again, it's with sincere remorse that I have to recuse myself from this issue. And I wish everybody good luck in getting through this and getting it resolved and letting everybody move forward. So thank you.
All right. Are you going to stick around for open discussion? Should I
No.
text you? Okay.
Probably not.
All right, Patty, well.
I think we covered
Hey.
most of it yesterday.
Have a good holiday.
I know, I don't think I'll see you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Have fun. Are you sure you want me to come with you there and watch the kids?
We have a pretty big suitcase. Could probably fit.
I'll watch the kids.
All right, we'll bring up Aspen Ski Co. Come on up. Feel free to set up whatever you
Happy
need.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
You too, Patty.
Let's get that snow made, right?
You're in charge of that, Patty.
I'm working on it. Thank you so much to get that snow made. See you guys. Have a good night.
If you want to just load here. And Heather is supposed to be.
Oh, right. Would you like me to
she's the
move
only
back
one
so
coming.
that the space is available?
Oh, I don't know how many people they're bringing up. Often they rotate through. So what are you comfortable with, Michaela? All right, let's just take a quick 2-minute break here while we get set up here. Grassroots, please.
I need to get.
Yeah.
If we actually get together to go to Brian on Friday, maybe presenter as soon as the slides stuff. Yeah, and
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, November 17th. We are up to our discussion of the Aspen Ski Company's application to rezone Pandora and make amendments to the 2018 Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated master plan related to that area of the mountain as well. And so with that, I will welcome all the ski co-representatives, and I'll turn it over to Suzanne to lead us off, please.
Thanks, Kelly. I'll be somewhat brief, so you can continue on, but in front of you is the ordinance for, oh, it's on. This is not close enough. I can slide this way a little bit if I need to. Get closer.
You're pretty loud, I'm surprised.
Okay, is that good? Okay.
Yeah.
So in front of you is the ordinance for the rezoning, and as well as the resolution amending the Aspen Mountain Ski Area Master Plan. At the last meeting, let's see, what date was that? October 27th. You directed us to make some revisions to the ordinance and the resolution and bring them back to you for consideration. I'll walk through some of those changes briefly. You did state that written public comment would be accepted through November 10th. We did include those letters in your packet. I know additional letters have been submitted and have been forwarded on to you. I don't necessarily have all of those names in front of me, but I know that all of that is being included in the record and has been provided to you. So just wanted to make note of that. The changes, and I won't, go into detail on all of this, but just to point out what had changed. And we did provide that in a red line format in the ordinance and the resolution so you could see what had changed. There was a request to include a reference to the White River National Forest Land and Resource Management Plan in the ordinance. A recital in the ordinance acknowledging the voluntary restrictive covenant prohibiting future development. And that draft covenant was the same covenant that was presented to you at the last meeting. We included that in the packet again for your review. A recital in the ordinance acknowledging representations made by the applicant. So that's recital number 21 in the ordinance. Amending the ordinance and resolution to allow for potential future snowmaking within the area previously zoned AR10, which would include the area at the bottom of the Pandora's Lift. So that had changes in both the ordinance and the reso. And then added some additional recitals into the resolution, addressing some of the issues that had been discussed along the way but had not been captured in the recitals. So the trail development and timbering, acknowledging the changes that had been made and going forward with that. The top of mountain access provisions that had been discussed about changing how summer and winter access would occur at the top of the mountain. And vested rights, which essentially tie back to the original approval of the master plan in 2019. So those were the changes that are redlined in front of you. I'm happy to walk through any of those if you'd like, but otherwise, I would leave it to you to move on with other presentations and any questions you might have for me.
Any questions for Suzanne at this moment? Greg?
Just quick on 21, I was looking at that when you're talking about it. Is the language fairly common? Is it bound by all verbal representations? And we have a transcript of all those verbal representations, so it seems a little ambiguous by itself, but we have a complete record of those representations, right?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to verify. I don't know if there's any other way to say it. When I saw that, it popped out at me. So thank you. We can keep going.
Okay, John Ely?
Greg, let me elaborate on that a little bit more. I mean, we do have a complete record. It's not in the form of a transcript, but it is in the form of a tape, of a recording. And so representations can be culled out. But over the expanse of time, particularly say the life of a ski area mountain master plan, those things, I can't say have a tendency to, but can get lost or not available. And so if there is that you feel is important, it would be it would be best to call that out and to have it incorporated particularly, just so that it is there and not solely left to the overarching statement of all representations, that kind of thing.
Well, thanks, John. It makes me nervous now.
I think
Sorry.
it is represented pretty clearly after that opening phrase. It says, no further development on Richmond Ridge. I'm not on that page right now, but it does say what it specifically refers to. I'm sorry, I can't put my hands on it right now. Restricted code.
Would you, I could read it if you'd like.
Yeah, would you?
Sure. So I'll read the whole finding. The BOCC further finds the applicant is bound by all verbal representations made during all applicable public meetings, including without limitation the applicant's verbal representation that the Richmond Ridge properties will not be improved or developed with any residential uses or structures, and that it has no current plans or intentions nor practical ability to further expand the Aspen Mountain ski area further south along Richmond Ridge beyond the Pandora's expansion contemplated herein, and that additional expansion of the ski area to the south beyond the Pandora's area is limited or restricted by the applicant's USFS special use permit boundary and the WRNF forest plan, which does not currently depict a developed ski area beyond the boundaries of Pandora's, and by the applicable Pitkin County Land Use Code.
So that's an example of a representation that was captured and then put explicitly into the document. So my point being is if you think there's something out there that was missed that has some gravitas to it, then, please mention it.
Thank you. I don't presently, but thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Suzanne right now? All right, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Skiko.
Okay, thank you. David Corbin, appearing for Aspen Skiing Company. With me at the table, Auden Schendler, Michael Miracle, Mike Kaplan, Matt Keeling. Obviously, joining us electronically, Heather Henry from Connect One, our planner, and Tom Todd, our counsel from Holland and Hart, is likewise present, and others in the room as well. So we have quite a few people here. We don't have a formal presentation to make. Heather, if you wouldn't mind, if you or Mac could pull up the single slide we were just going to touch upon. Just wanted to sort of take us back to where we were in the conclusion of the last meeting. As you no doubt recall, we spent most of that meeting talking about what I described as sort of the contextual issues surrounding the application, in particular issues and questions related to community balance and environmental impacts. We felt through the progress of that meeting and at the conclusion of that meeting that we were building some consensus of support among BOCC members. And we had concluded our presentation in that last meeting really on sort of 2 points. The slide you see before you right now, which essentially is our way of, in a very short synopsis, suggesting that we believe all of the standards and criteria for the rezoning and the incorporation of Pandora's into the Mountain Master Plan have been met. We think the rezoning criteria have been met. Those criteria are described quite accurately, I believe, and thoroughly in the ordinance itself, and the findings necessary are likewise, I think, replete in that document at this point, as well as the record. We likewise have shown, and we believe that the project conforms to the East of Aspen Master Plan and hence the comp plan. We think we've also demonstrated or certainly brought forth quite a bit of testimony from a great number of people in the community that Pandora's and the expansion of this ski terrain of the 153 acres really serves a community interest, largely aimed at the quality of the skiing experience and the recreational activities of our guests and the public as a whole. We think we've demonstrated through our Forest Service NEPA plan and other materials that the project is environmentally responsible, and that we as a corporate actor in the valley have quite proactively been environmentally responsible and have been good stewards of the environment. We, through the covenant, have in particular made quite clear that the uses that are otherwise typical or possible and permittable in ski rec are indeed quite limited in this instance, that the proposed uses are just limited to the terrain, the lift itself, essentially the ski shacks associated with it, a ski patrol building, et cetera, and the road or access to get in and out with power servicing that area. But otherwise, other permissible uses in ski rec are not being pursued. The conditional zoning has limited those uses and impacts. And the covenant that's been proposed for both the properties that were formerly rural and remote, or would be formerly rural and remote, and even the remainder properties on Richmond Ridge are in fact restricted so that no residential development can occur there, which is more restrictive than either rural and remote today or what's in ski rec. We likewise have noted that the if you will, use or development of this Pandora's terrain is indeed, as Suzanne just described and read, is constrained, and it's our intention not to proceed down the ridge as that language that you just heard quoted describes, and that there are quite a few barriers to any future change with respect to our Forest Service permit or the White River Forest Master Plan, Forest Area Plan, I should say. So we think we have indeed checked all of the boxes that would be required by the code for approval of the rezoning and for the incorporation of the Pandora's terrain into the Mountain Master Plan previously approved in 2019. We likewise heard the specific comments from BOCC about clarification and edits to the ordinance and the resolution, which Suzanne has just spoken to. Those revisions have been made. The language that you see in the red line versions is acceptable to Aspen Skiing Company as the applicant. So in both the ordinance and resolution, including those recitals in the reso 18, 19, and 20, which I think are somewhat new, we agree and accept all of those and are ready to proceed on the merits of that approval and on the vote. Since then, since that last meeting in the packet that was presented to BOCC, there were some letters of support and some letters in opposition. Nothing is particularly new or novel in terms of issues introduced in the public comment since we were last before you. Again, we're quite pleased and grateful for the extraordinary demonstration of support that we've seen with in excess of 1,600 signatures in favor of this project. And we do note that what we've heard in the last week in terms of some public comment has kind of revolved around this question of whether or not Pandora should be delayed. One letter in particular that's in your packet explicitly poses the question, why the rush? And I quote, and I have to admit I couldn't help but smile at that because as this board knows, we've actually been in process on Pandora's from the 1997-98 master plan to present, for more than 20 years. So there's really been no rush on the Pandora's review, which has gone through several regulatory reviews, both federal and local. And that once before, Pandora's was explicitly delayed by the BOCC in 1998. So that delay has already happened. And in fact, what we've probably seen or learned is that delay doesn't solve any of the challenges in front of the community that are perhaps at best tenuously related to this application. Delaying Pandora's, for example, certainly won't clean up traffic on the S-curves. So we find ourselves certainly, if you will, objecting to the notion of delaying the consideration any further. We have no new or additional information to present on the subject matter of the application itself, technical detail or whatever. We're happy to speak to any of those issues or questions you may have. Lacking a formal presentation, we're prepared to go forward with a discussion on more of those contextual issues if you wish, or proceed directly to discussion about the language of the resolution and the ordinance. Before doing that, though, Auden asked to make a couple of comments, which we would do, and then we're prepared to move into discussion or however the board wants to proceed. Auden.
All right. So I just wanted,
Red lights.
I wanted to respond to three areas of concern. One is the question of growth, the second is environment, and the third is community support. At some point, I'm going to start with environment because it's my obsession. At some point, communities like Aspen and Pickens County are going to make decisions around climate adaptation. And this I see largely as that effort. If it is approved, it should be approved as such and should be spoken of as such so other communities can follow. As you all know, it is now 3 degrees warmer Fahrenheit than in 1950. We're warming 0.4 degrees F a year, and we have 31 fewer days of winter. It's obvious to me that we want higher terrain in the future. We have to do that at some point. Look outside today. Mike was just telling me we've made 5 million gallons of snow. It's November 17th. It's beautiful out. A colleague of mine named Alan Best was walking around Winter Park where they're advertising new condos with air conditioning. Winter Park is 2,000 feet higher than Aspen. Get your AC. So how much snow have we made? 5. What do we normally make? 20 million by now?
More like 40.
40 by now? Okay, so, and that's just to get open. So this is a climate adaptation move, and in terms of environmental impact, this is either a lift swap or one lift goes in and 2 go out down the line with a swap high terrain for lower terrain much further down the line. Because of work we've been doing for 15 years, the lift will run on clean energy by 2030. It'll be 70% clean by the end of this year, according to Holy Cross. Holy Cross is at 50% now. This includes, by the way, you all know, getting out of Comanche 3, which Holy Cross owned 8% of the last coal plant built in the United States. Last point is, this forest ought to be selectively cut and thinned. That will occur with this project. And the risk of it burning is real. We've seen that in Basalt, and we've seen it in Glenwood Canyon. So that's my diatribe on environment. On growth, Michael Miracle made the case that this is not a driver of growth. Strategically, as a company, we are not looking to grow skier visits on Aspen Mountain. We are, however, looking to keep the industry durable through the decades and also to enable better circulation there. So that's the role of that. And of course, adaptation, as I said. Don't make me sick Michael Miracle back on you again, because he will talk your ear off. He did, you saw his letter. He's got a detailed case. We do not see this as a driver of growth. There are things that happen in the community that are drivers of growth, we agree. And there are things we may do that drive growth as well. We don't see this as one. My last point is that there is big community support for this. Almost 1,700 people have said they support it, and these are people who are iconic in the community. Wally Obermeyer, Tom Moore, who owes us nothing and has done as much for our community as anyone here. John McBride, Bill Sterling, who I worked with 20 years ago on a project called Energy 2000, which was about energy efficiency and led to the creation of CORE and so forth. So, and the other final note I'll leave you on is there have been some comments that, okay, there's 1,700 supporters, but everyone else is scared because of retaliation from SKICO. If that were the case, I would not exist, because I am an internal voice of dissent within the company, often not presenting ideas that are necessarily thrilling or countering proposals at the company, and we receive a constant stream of criticism in the press, personally, and in our company meetings. We listen to it, we respond. We've received it on equity and race, on climate, on virtually anything we've done over the last 20 years, including issues like being the first ski resort to put helmets on little kids. Yeah, we got dissent on that too, internal dissent. So those are my 3 points. Not a driver of growth. We have tons of community support for this, and this is fundamentally a climate adaptation measure, and will be one of the first mountain towns in the country to take a significant move like this, and it should be publicized as such, as a leadership move. Okay, that's it.
Discussion, comments,
That's it.
questions?
Well, yeah,
or
well,
whatever.
you're finished? All right,
Yes.
we'll turn it to the board for any questions for SKICO or staff, and if there are none, then we can open it up for discussion among ourselves. Steve?
One of the comments made in letters we've received in the last several days, I even received letters, brand new letters this morning that are still sitting there in my box. I haven't forwarded them to anybody, but one of the comments is that Pandora's is going to add a whole bunch of employees, and how is the ski company going to house these employees? It was kind of implying that the housing shortage for workers is the ski company's fault. And I know that you made a statement that Pandora's would add either no new employees or maybe a couple, I don't remember. But could you reiterate how many employees you would anticipate that this would add to your operation?
You are correct, Steve, that we said that we believed that Pandora's would add, I believe, 0 to 2 employees potentially. You're correct in that. I think the most important thing about that is to reiterate what Auden just mentioned, that obviously in this particular case we are at the outset adding a lift and adding terrain that would be patrolled or managed and maintained. So that is true. That could result in additional full-time equivalent hours, if you will. We do believe and hope indeed that we'll be able to pull a lift out in the future after we see the circulation in Pandora's and the result of the new lift. So we may, in fairly near time, be able to wash the impacts of any lift attendance. Obviously, again, there still could be hours associated with patrol in the new terrain, the 153 acres. I would remind you that the approach for all ski area improvements in that sense is the FTE audit that we do. And if you remember in the 2019 approval, there is an audit required. I believe it's 2 years after either the completion of the sun deck improvements or the installation of the lift and opening of the terrain. That's my recollection off the top of my head. So an audit will follow, and there will be an explicit accounting hour by hour, and we will mitigate for any additional FTE hours that are generated by Pandora's. And then I'd finally close that we indeed have actively been building housing. I know you've seen it. You've walked through our most recent development at Willits. And it's very much our intent to continue to address housing quite directly and proactively ourselves, and we've invested heavily in it. The Willits project was a $19 million project. So we've demonstrated our commitment to housing. That commitment still stands and will continue.
Can I make a quick addition there?
Sure.
So we continue to build housing, and it's really expensive, and it's really hard, and we never have enough. So within Aspen Skiing Company, we're approaching this differently now, and this bears on the conversations you'll have on this topic into the future. We basically said, one, we can't build all the housing we're going to need, and two, we're not even getting the employees we need. I mean, we're looking at restaurants that are going to be understaffed by half right now. So what we said is we have to figure out how we do more with less employees, and we have to be more efficient with employees, and that in itself is a way to address the housing problem. So if we can figure out how to staff a lift with fewer people, we don't have to build as much housing, and then we can also pay people more. So the vision down the line, I can't tell you what everything is going to look like in 10 or 15 years at Aspen Skiing Company. We will have fewer employees that we pay better, and we're going to have built more housing, but we're going to have lesser needs for housing.
Thanks, Adam. Other questions, Steve?
Well, I have 3 points that I want to bring up, and I guess I could dive into them right now.
Okay.
So one is a letter that I just discovered. It hadn't been forwarded. It was from Ward Howenstein. And I got
think we
that
all
to
got it.
Charlotte
From whom?
this morning. I think everybody has it now. And it referenced, and I don't know, do the ski company representatives have that letter also, Kelly? In their hand?
I don't know if it was in the packet.
Yeah, everybody has it. It's on the table.
So anyhow, Ward mentioned that the ski company had made a commitment to purchase tree seedlings and plant a certain amount of trees to replace the trees that are being cut at Pandora's. And I believe the tree planting was going to be on Basalt Mountain burn area, perhaps, but could you explain if you have made that commitment? It hasn't come up in the course of our discussions on Pandora's, but I think if you have made that commitment, it should be talked about here.
Steve, we actually did make that commitment and spoke to it publicly when we were before you in 2019. And we said at the time, if Pandora's was successful and it was approved and the timbering was undertaken, that yes, we would make this commitment to invest with the Forest Service funds to help acquire seedlings, plant materials, et cetera, for, at the time, the most acute interest was Basalt Mountain's fire restoration. Now we're 2 years on, of course. The Forest Service certainly has no shortage of burn that they need, rehabilitated. But our commitment to contribute $50,000 towards vegetation and new trees, if you will, still stands. It's still in max budget for construction. So we're prepared to contribute those dollars for reforestation, yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And I think that's why I didn't remember it. It was from a couple of years ago that you had talked about. I remember that there had been talk sometime in the past, but thanks for clarifying that. In the letter it's on page 655 in our packet. And it's from Courtney Kuntz, and it references a statute that says it's not legal to cut trees that have been used for survey markers. And wanted to make sure that the ski company was not going to cut any trees that are actually legal survey. Let's see, any tree blazed to mark the line of a government survey is the main thing. So I don't know if there are any trees in the Pandora area that meet that description, but I thought that was an interesting comment, and I don't know, perhaps John Ely or someone from the ski company respond to that?
Go to SkiCo, and then we'll have John or staff weigh in.
Okay. Certainly happy to respond, Steve. I don't know, and I don't believe any of us know, if there are indeed trees in Pandora's, as Courtney describes, these bearing marker trees as she describes. If there are requirements to protect them, we certainly will. When we get on the terrain and actually go to conduct that work, typically what we would do would be to walk it, inventory it, walk it with the Forest Service, and go through the tree stands, in a far more detailed way. So we will certainly make every effort to protect the tree, particularly if there are legal requirements to do so. We will follow that. I just can't tell you if there are any of these trees on the site. I just don't know.
Yeah, and I remember on our site visit that Mac was describing the process where every tree that's going to be taken out is going to be marked with ski company person there or Forest Service person there to decide, can this tree be taken out or not. So I guess that would just be one more thing for you to watch out for. And maybe there are some old survey records or something that you could refer to, that there might be an area where there might be a section corner or something that you'd want to look around that area before deciding to take any trees out. But I just wanted to bring that up and make sure it was that we talked about it here.
All right, looks like Mac has something to add, and then we'll go to John Ely.
Yeah, just wanted to point out that the Forest Service, during their extensive surveys of the land, conducted archaeological and cultural surveys. Those reports are not available to the public, so they don't show where sensitive items are. But those are in the Forest Service hands, and if something is culturally sensitive, archaeologically sensitive, that would be something they'd bring up before we did damage to the area. So. And yeah, to reiterate Steve's point a minute ago, the Forest Service on the Forest Service properties will be the ones marking the trees we're allowed to cut. So that's something that they'll do in conjunction with us. So.
John Ely, anything to add?
The public comment that came to the board from Courtney Kunze is accurate in its statement in reference to a legal requirement not to remove, damage, or otherwise change the aspect of a bearing tree, or sometimes there will be other evidence of monuments that go back, all the way to the beginning, 1879. And what needs to occur is generally what the ski company has just described, an individual assessment such that trees are particularly marked for removal and so inspected. You can't really do it practically by looking at other recorded documents, because there are potentially just too many documents out there, recorded surveys, mineral surveys. It's just the volume is too great. You really just have to ground proof it at the time development activity occurs, in this case, tree removal or glading, any of that kind of thing. So I think what the ski company has outlined would comply with the requirements of the law. It's, we can simply add an additional recital into the resolution relating to tree removal that trees must be individually inspected and marked for removal, and in consultation with the Forest Service. And we don't know what's in the antiquities aspect of the NEPA process for obvious reasons, because the process doesn't want to necessarily lay those resources open and invite abuse or tampering or destruction. So doing the timber harvesting or the tree removal in conjunction with the Forest Service is really the best way to go. And we can represent that as a recital.
So John, do you think that we should add a clause to that wording like you described? It seems that it kind of clarifies that issue and maybe would allay some fears of some people.
Yeah, I think it's a totally appropriate action for the board. Based on the comments from the ski code, there doesn't appear to be any disagreement. And given that the tree removal or harvesting, depending on what aspect the project is in, is anticipated to be continuing over a number of years, having something memorialized in the resolution is always the better way to go. Memory fades quick.
Steve,
So is that all right with the rest of the board that we add a clause to that effect?
and that would be in the resolution for the master plan amendment?
That's what I would suggest.
Francie, that's good.
Okay, and then I have one more point, Kelly.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
It's in the resolution actually on page 668 in our packet. And it's number 20. And it says, and I'll read it, the BOCC further finds the plan to realign the intersection of Midnight Mine, Summer, and Little Annie roads will maintain winter and summer public access. I always called that the Richmond Ridge or Richmond Hill Road instead of Little Annie Road. I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate, what the name of the road. I thought Little Annie Road terminated at a different point further down the ridge, and I just want to make sure we have the name of the road accurate there where the intersection right by the sun deck is.
You're correct, Steve. We can change that.
Good catch.
And that's all I have that I had noticed.
Okay. Any further? Yep, Francie?
I have a question for you. Mac, would you bring up that first page that David had referenced with the check marks on it? So the first one, Kelly, where it says the rezoning criteria have been met. I believe that at that meeting you read from the code and you felt that the criteria had not been met. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes. I don't feel it has been met.
Okay, so there's that. And then the other one, what David had mentioned, that we were close to consensus, and it was a straw vote to begin with, and we were not close to consensus, I didn't think. I just wanted to point out those two things before I mean, 75%.
I'm a
is-
no vote, so there's
Yeah.
not a consensus on this
Yeah,
board.
okay, just checking. Okay. I just wanted to clear those up, David. I do have some comments, but you're ready to go, aren't you, Greg, with some questions?
I do have a couple questions right here, just regarding, the questions.
Your mic,
sorry,
please.
Mic on. Responding and listening to the letters, the paper, and all the concerns and repeated concerns about tree removal. I think you've covered that pretty well. If you could just describe the tree removal a little bit more for me. Who's going to do it? Local loggers, or who's going to be up there doing that? And tell us about it.
So mostly the logging will be done either with Aspen Skiing Company employees and or local timbering companies. We've been in discussions with a company out of Carbondale, for example.
This is somebody you've worked with before?
Yeah, they assisted us in the meadows over in Snowmass, the Elk Camp Meadows, as well as the trucking company, which we've been working with for over 20 years for the timbering. So.
Got it. Okay. Thanks. Let's see. I'm just, I guess we've mentioned fire mitigation here, and I don't really have a question about it, but I just wanted to point out that we've had letters from at least one I can remember where people are really concerned about fire mitigation and were, I'm not even sure they were skiers, but they thought it was a good idea up there. And I just thought that was a unique letter. And I know we've got the Forest Service proposing to do fire mitigation on the other side of the valley, Hunter Creek, and maybe the backside of Red Mountain. And I'm not sure how, well, they're going to burn there, but this wouldn't be a burn, this is just cutting. And so anyway, if there's anything else you want to say about that, I just, fire mitigation is a huge issue on my mind right now, and I'd honestly like to see more of it. Thanks.
I don't think there's a great deal we can really sort of add, excuse me, substantively to that issue. I think from our perspective and our conversations with Forest Service, that in effect, to remove dead and dying trees, to take out deadfall that might be flammable and contribute to a hotter, if you will, a faster fire, that those are all seen as positive changes from the Forest Service point of view as we understand the prescriptions that we have been given. So we think that clearing efforts, thinning efforts, again, removal of dead and dying trees and other fuels that really don't sustain the forest but are really dying out, we think that by itself indeed helps in the event of fire and trying to minimize the extent or scope of it.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? I feel like we're on the verge of discussion. Okay. All right, board members, no further questions. Here we are to discuss.
I have lots of comments. I just didn't have
Sure.
a question.
Yeah, no problem. I'll open it up for discussion for the board. Whoever wishes to go first.
I'll go if you want me to.
Sure, Francie, go ahead.
Well, I hate to tell you guys, I've been awash in doubts since I was last with you all, and spent a lot of time on this again, thinking about it. So I have some things again to say and ask. And I guess my first question, this is a question, and this is to you, Mike, is I would really like you to explain to me why Ski Co. is so attached to doing this since 1998 or 96 when you first thought about it. And before you answer me, I just have a couple of things that I want to point out that back then, we didn't even have the term fire mitigation. We didn't have a fire season. It wasn't a huge issue. It wasn't on our mind. So at that time, fire mitigation had nothing to do with 1A. Also, we weren't talking about climate adaptation. I don't believe that was the primary reason for this then or now. It might become that in the near future, but certainly when you first conceived of Pandora, it had nothing to do with the climate. Nobody talked about high altitude skiing. We didn't know it was going to be so much warmer and all of that. So what is it? Why do you want this so much? It's not going to bring you more customers. It's going to cost you more than you're going to get from it. I don't get it.
Am I on here? Yep, good, thanks. Look, I mean, I was around in '97, but I wasn't, directly part of this. So I won't speak for those that were here in 97. I guess we could call Bill Kane and have him talk to us about it. But, I would say that in 97 and throughout this process, this area has always been in our SUP, right? In our permit area. And something that we've felt strongly that we want to keep in there for future, flexibility. And to your point, climate, our climate sort of awareness and the whole issue around carbon emissions and climate change was just starting around then, right? I think, did you join in 97? When did you join? 99.
Chris did in
So Chris,
97.
Chris Lane was probably the first to start to bring it up and like, okay, this is about way more than recycling. But, so that's sort of the history. I would submit, though, that, we've learned a lot since then. And it is indeed, as evidenced by the start of the season here today and what we've been watching and experiencing up on the mountain. It's very much a climate adaptation improvement and strategy, and it sincerely is about that. It has, of course, been in our permit area because a lot of the reasons we talked about, right? This is an area where as skier sort of demands, ski technology, if you want to go back to the mid-90s and think about it, before shape skis, before fat skis, before boot packing, before the grooming that we do now, it was a different era. And now it's very much that kind of terrain will effectively spread people out because more people can access and utilize that terrain. And at the same time, we've seen this shift in skier patterns where more people are hitting the crowded areas more at the same time. They're doing more laps. They're stronger. Again, the terrain's better, whatever it is. And we're feeling more of that pressure in those congested areas on Aspen Mountain. So to spread people out, improve the skier experience, yes, that is what it's about. To make us more resilient to climate change, yes, that's what this is about. And to make sure we can remain competitive over the long term. And this stuff takes forever to get approved, designed, built, and honestly, we think that time is now. We've really been being really thoughtful about how and where and when to approach this, and feel strongly that this is the right thing to do now.
Well, I definitely see that now, that it could be a climate adaptation, but I don't think when you were proposing it in 2019, you were talking about it as climate adaptation. I could be wrong about that. I wasn't in this room, so I don't know. But anyway, it just seems like that it changes as time goes on why you want this, and so I just don't really get the whole germ of it, the very gist. It seems, I don't know, it just seems surprising to me, especially after 1A, when 1A only won by 26 votes, and so, when you say that most of the people in the community want Pandora, well, barely most of the voters with 1A wanted 1A. So, and how many people, I couldn't vote in that, I don't live in Aspen, so, but I do think, when I was looking like a no vote for a few weeks there, I got lots of communication from people who wanted me to be a yes vote. And then as soon as I indicated that maybe I was flipping at the last thing, suddenly I'm besieged with communications from people who want me to be a no vote. And it's definitely skewed my perspective of how many people are in favor compared to how many people are opposed. So I don't know where that stands because, the no votes didn't have Jeanette, what's her name, the PR lady, putting the whole program together. They didn't have a PR person organizing it all, so I don't really know where it stands, but it looks like you want to say something about that.
Just quickly on 1A, I think it's important to point out that's a very different project, right? 1A was about a base area development with hotel rooms and some real estate and a whole bunch of other stuff that really is about development and real estate, versus this is purely about skiing and enhancing the skier experience for the existing bed base and the existing community. So I would just sort of differentiate between those two, and I think I hear you. I mean, I walk around, trust me, I get, plenty of feedback as well, whether it's on this or on the vaccine policy, and it's not easy, but this one has got a ton of support, and that's really why, that was the lesson from last time, was like, people, I think it was a silent majority out there assuming it was going to happen, and so people asked, I got asked, yesterday, how can I support, what can I do? So it's simply, show up,
Okay.
right, make sure your opinion's heard.
Okay.
And can I add, because I think it's important, you sort of questioned what's the continuity of purpose here,
Yeah,
dating all the way
exactly.
back
Thank
to
you
the
for putting it in
90s.
good words.
And I do think there's been consistency in terms of the goals and aspirations of the ski company for this terrain. I think from the 90s on, it was quite clear to this generation of ski area planners and my predecessors that Pandora's would indeed bring a new and different and better ski experience from the very outset. So aside from the climate questions and skiing at altitude and all of that, introducing this terrain, being able to bring intermediates into that terrain with the improvements, that's been consistent from the 90s to 2019 to present. And I would say that recognition that what Pandora's offers, and in particular what its lift offers, is the and its trail network and how it connects, offers a way to better everybody's skiing experience and the circulation on the top of the mountain. Those are really valid ski planning reasons that we believe indeed are consistent from the very conceptualization of this to today, and become ever more important as we do see, if you will, additional people sort of peaking on high powder days or on certain holidays, whatever. The ability to handle the circulation and mitigate for congestion on the mountain is also important and, again, consistent. I would also say one thing that wasn't as apparent to us in the 90s and has become increasingly more so is the observation that, yes, indeed, if you will, bandit use by skiers jumping the rope and going into this terrain is indeed increasing, has been increasing, and the risk of injury, avalanche, the failure to maintain and control, the failure to be able to protect people in there by monitoring, managing, and controlling the terrain, we believe will deliver a much safer experience. So that's definitely been growing. But I think all of those planning reasons do have continuity, and they, I think, are very legitimate.
Okay, just a couple of things about that. There's a lot of other places to ski. Yeah.
I just want to like keep our questions
okay.
focused and then bring it to discussion, because again, we closed the public comment, so the public also doesn't have the opportunity to kind of weigh in on.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Go ahead, Auden.
So those comments that have flooded in are what we've seen in the public record? Is that?
Yes, and I've had some phone calls that I barely take. I mean, I just try to be polite and be done with it so that it's not ex parte or anything, but people stopping me on the street and stuff like that. Okay, I have to say my biggest concern is the rezoning, and the, Sidney's quote, like, we zoned it like we meant it, really resonates with me, and the bad precedent that you can change your zoning to get what you want is undeniable. I mean, there's no way to go back from it, so that's a pretty big concern for me. And I'm concerned that if we change rural and remote, are we going to change conservation easements? Who's going to challenge the conservation easement? Because now you can challenge non-development designation on your property. So that's a concern for me. And, I guess there's a little voice in me that worries that Aspen Ski Co. is going to buy up mining claims on the backside of Aspen and then maybe have skiing back there. And I don't know, but so those are some of my current concerns. Let's see. I really appreciate your covenant. I think it's a good covenant. It seems pretty solid to me, and that's one of the things that pushed me at the last meeting. But, the top of the mountain where the bifurcated parts of the lots are is already developed. So honestly, a couple of cabins up there somewhere may not be as bad as a lift that's operating, what did I figure out? Something like, I don't know, several hundred hours a year. I can't remember if I did the math, but maybe it's a terrible thought to think about, but to have cabins that are rented out and stuff up there. But there's already the gondola, there's already the sun deck, and this area is still fairly pure, the Pandora area, in spite of people going in and skiing there. So, but I do appreciate the covenant. Yes, I recognize that we're a ski town. It's a fantastic ski town the way it is. One of the letters that I'm sure you guys saw was, we were just named #1 small city in the United States, or big town. I forget what the designation was. And so we don't really need to prove that we're relevant. We're relevant. And we have 4 beautiful mountains with so many acres of terrain. If you feel crowded when you're skiing down Spar Gulch, go somewhere else. There's so much terrain. So I don't think we need 150 acres of expert skiing to convince the world that Aspen is the ultimate ski town. They pretty much already know that. But now I think that we could also be leaders in, not just leaders in ski terrain and nightlife and fantastic restaurants. We could be leaders in drawing a line in the sand when it comes to the environment. And I know you guys are really progressive when it comes to the environment. And most people know that, but it does seem weird to be cutting down 3,200 trees right now, right at this point in history. Auden, I think about your words, Aspen should be the shining mountain on the hill. It's not going to be the shining mountain on the hill because we added 150 acres of skiing. It's going to be the shining city on the hill because we took a stand when we could. We zoned it like we meant it. So those are my concerns right now.
Thank you, Francie. Other board members for discussion? Steve?
I think back to when the zoning, rural and remote zoning was put in, it allowed for skiing. It was anticipated that there would be skiing in there. Then what changed was in 2006 that rural and remote, the only zone district that would allow for downhill skiing was changed to just be ski rec zone district. And I don't know when ski rec was first put in effect. Maybe that was put in effect in 2006 land use code change. I'm not sure, but when the rural and remote zoning was put in, it was anticipated that this downhill skiing would be allowed in there. And in fact, even in rural and remote zoning further down the ridge, there is the snowcat skiing that people go downhill skiing in rural and remote land farther down Richmond Ridge. So I think the thing that changed was that they had to ask for rezoning because the rural and remote skiing never didn't any longer allow for downhill skiing, like putting in a lift or doing any clearing of trails or anything like that. And that happened in 2006. This the Pandora's was included in the Aspen Mountain Master Plan in, I believe it was 1998 already. So if you look at kind of the chronology of it, to me, it makes sense that you kind of see what happened and why the ski company now at this point needs to ask for the rezoning. And it wasn't until I was reading the packet on the Deerhammer property that we looked at earlier today that I realized that land that was zoned rural and remote has been changed before. On the Deerhammer property, it was changed from rural and remote to AR10 for different reasons, granted, but this is not precedent setting to rezone rural and remote land to something else for a valid reason. Looking at the whole grand scheme of things, the ski company has not just been sitting on their hands and not doing any development on Aspen Mountain in the last 20 years. I'm not sure when Walsh's and other runs were added to the existing maintained and patrolled ski area, but you know, portions of what are used to be out of bounds have been added to the ski area in you know, recent years. Also, there's some area on the mountain, and I can't remember the name, where a lot of glading was done to add skiing, more skiing inside Aspen, the existing boundary where people ski. So Aspen Mountain has been expanded. It isn't a static thing that has just sat there the same way since the first lifts were put in. It's you know, evolved. And so this has been contemplated for more than 20 years. I think the ski company now realizes there are other valid reasons to approve Pandora's that didn't exist. You know, they weren't thinking so much about it 20 years ago. And looking at just the climate change thing, which to me is the most important thing we can be talking about. When I first ran for commissioner, that was my number one thing, is climate change is happening. We need to do something about it. Well, the reality of it is a lot of what we have to do about climate change, it's happening. It's going to continue happening. It's going to get a lot worse. The effects of it are going to get a lot worse before it gets better at this point. And I could foresee the day when even a brand new Lift 1A would be sitting there in mothballs because there's no snow down at the bottom of Aspen Mountain anywhere. Maybe the only skiing there's going to be is farther up on the mountain, and everybody's going to have to upload on the gondola to get there to ski on the upper part of the mountain. That could totally be our reality several decades from now. I don't know if the ski company should even go ahead and do a new Lift 1A at this point. They should take a hard look at that concept. So I'm a total environmentalist. I would oppose any brand new ski area proposal that the ski company would maybe come up with. But I am supporting Pandora's because there are some good reasons. It is a reaction to mitigating climate change for the ski company and for the ski industry in our town. It also has very good safety measures that make it safer for skiing for the people in the congested areas around Lift 3 and Spar Gulch going down to ride the gondola back up is, to me, on a busy day, that is a dangerous place to be. Doing the Pandora's is going to make it safer by spreading people out on top of the mountain, providing another lift that people could go down North Star, ski down to the bottom of the Pandora lift and go back up to the top. They don't have to go down to lift 3 anymore. That shows how the skiing will be spread out. It'll be less congested around lift 3, and I think therefore safer. It also makes it safer for those people who have been skiing in Pandora's already, and some of them getting caught in avalanches, and some people have died in there. It's going to be safer for them also, in that the area will be maintained and patrolled and made much safer. And I think it will be roped off when there's heavy new snow. They're going to make sure it's safe before they let people go in there for skiing. And I think that's just part of the safety aspect. All of us have gotten lots and lots of pressure in the last 2 days, Francie, to urging us for environmental reasons to, or for social reasons to not approve Pandora's, having to do with the housing, the transportation. There are lots of people, not enough employees, there's not enough housing. And I don't think that Pandora's, it really doesn't affect that. That's why I asked the question again about how many new employees are there going to be because of Pandora's. It really is not affecting those other social issues we are facing all that much, if at all, and it's not solving them, but turning it down wouldn't solve them either. We still have a housing shortage. The ski company has been very, I think, conscious of these, and very, they've been very diligent in pursuing solutions to climate change and to the housing shortage, much more so than any other business in the Roaring Fork Valley. They've been, set a good example, I think, to me for what businesses ought to be doing in order to maintain skiing here, to maintain our economy, to make a better quality of life for people who are here. So no matter how we vote today, there will be people criticizing us if we vote yes or if we vote no. My conscience is clear. I am supporting Pandora's now. The plan is not the same plan we looked at in 2019. It has major similarities, but lots of differences also, and things that have changed since 2019. And my conscience is clear. I have no problem whatsoever in supporting Pandora's now. And that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Steve. I always appreciate you. Would you like to go? I'm the chair. I get to reserve and I will be short.
Yeah, I'll be short and sweet. I'm definitely supporting this, as I have. I'd like to answer a few things Francie brought up, because I think that it does need to be corrected. Climate adaptation was certainly on the topic of conversation in 2019 and earlier. That was my reason for approving it the first time, is that this was a solution that we're all going to need as we see the rain snow line moving up Aspen Mountain. So I just want to confirm that that was definitely part of the conversation, and as these guys all would probably agree. I have a few things I want to say. It'll probably go long, but I'm going to give it to you very quickly. It's frustrating. It's been an emotional time, because I received a veiled threat this morning on the phone that I wanted to share with everybody, but thought better of it. But we'll figure out who it was. Threatening me if I approve Pandora's, and so we know it's a really heated conversation. And I keep thinking
That's illegal.
I think it probably would be illegal for them to threaten me.
Yeah.
the thing that is crazy is this feels like an inflation of an issue. This is not a really complicated thing, yet this community has turned it into one, and I guess that's what we love about ourselves, right? We can take something and inflate it and conflate it. All of a sudden, I see letters from deep thinkers in our community conflating so many issues with the issue of this ski area expansion, which is not huge. Every problem we have is tied to Pandora's all of a sudden. Luckily, at the same time, in the paper, I saw a letter that kind of poked fun at that, and it was really a pleasure to read that I'll say it was from Greg Lewis, who I really was a perfect letter at the right time for me. A lot of issues have gotten recycled. We keep hearing about tree planting over and again, or worries about trees. I think the ski company has done an amazing job of answering those questions. So I'm not going to repeat what Steve said, but I agree with Steve. When we talk about deaths in that area, I can think of 3 that have personally affected me in my lifetime. Starting when I was a very small kid, a guy named Tom Simmons died up there. And then I think Mort Berlin died somewhere in that area. And then most recently, a close friend, Corey Bretman, died up there, a ski patroller. Irrational exuberance on a powder day. I don't know what was going through his mind, but this is a closed area, so I've never gone in there. I don't ski in there. I will not poach that area. I certainly would like to, and I'd like it to be safer for everyone who skis. And we have a lot of enthusiastic skiers in this community who, back in 2019, we had some of the younger skiers in town came in and just assumed this was, what did they say? It's a no-brainer, right? So unfortunately, they haven't been back. Who knows where they are now? Maybe they've changed their minds, but I think there's an awful lot of support for this publicly, and we'll hear. We're going to continue to hear about this, certainly, however it goes. So I've talked about the deaths in there. I think we could prevent those by controlling this area. Climate was an issue. Snowpack at that elevation is going to be very important. It's important for a ski industry to have good skiing. The people that are jamming the gondola and lift lines on a powder day, I ski a lot. I think I only ski for an hour at a time, but I think I had 70 individual days where I got out and took an hour or maybe 2 to ski last year. So I'm there. I'm on that mountain. I'm on other mountains. So I think I may be the skier in this lot, and so it does mean a lot to me. And I do communicate a lot with the skiers in this community who are in favor of this. So what I'm seeing here is we've got a lot of locals. We have more locals than we had years ago, and that's why we're seeing the crowding. So if we can alleviate that crowding to accommodate the people who are here now, I think that's a good thing. There's been a lot of resistance, and I've kind of made a list of all the various, if I can categorize people who've been against this, dissenting or in favor of it. I'm not going to go down that list, but this has been a real private little Idaho for skiers who love to go in there and have it to themselves for many years. And I understand they're upset about it. And I'm hearing a lot from them. Ones who might own a mining claim nearby, we hear a lot from them. They don't really fess up that they're landowners or they have property interests in the area, but we hear a lot from them. And I keep thinking this is a public asset. I think the mining claim things it's a form of piracy, and it makes me so upset that you claim a mining claim, you don't use it for mining, but somehow it gives you the right to own the ski area, your own private ski area. I think this is a way of returning a public asset to the greater number of people. Certainly a lot of great skiers in this town who want that. I also think along those lines, I can't think of a better steward. This is a part of the mountaintop where no one really goes. The sheriff doesn't go up there very often. He's not paying attention to what's happening up there, whether it's in the summer or the winter, unless, of course, there's a crime. The Forest Service doesn't get up there that often. Who are the stewards of these areas? And I have to say, it falls on the ski company. And I think that they would be a very good steward for this area, because I think a lot of the privateers who have been enjoying the private, whether it's their private hunting area, a lot of people have concerned they're going to lose their hunting grounds, or if it's the private skiers who like to ski back in there. There are a few, and they're sorry they don't want to share it. That's all there is to it. I think it's time to share this with the community. I think that it's good to remember that the Forest Service, when considering ski area expansions back in the day, not expansions but new ski areas, was it Haystack Steve brought up, was going to be an entirely new ski area, and it was going to be huge. I don't know if it was the size of Snowmass or if it was larger, and that was rightly denied. But I think at the time, the planners thought, you know, if we're going to have expansion, let's do it approximate to an existing ski area. And so Pandora checks that box. It's neighboring. It's a property line of the ski area expanding 150 acres. The last thing I'm going to have to say is the undercurrent of stress that I feel in the community through the pandemic, through climate change, through all the economic upheaval we've experienced in the last year, probably pandemic related. It's something on everybody's minds. We're working on mental health. We're working on everything we can to feel good and feel good about ourselves. And I have to say, I think it would be kind of nice to approve something that a very large number of skiers in a ski town are enthusiastic about. I would love to be able to tell them, you know what, we're going to let this happen because this is going to be good for all of us. And I think even the naysayers, once they get up and ski on it, are probably going to be having a good time. Whether or not they ever agree it was a good idea, that's up to them. But I would like to. It sure would be nice if this board could see a way to do something for the community on the same scale and level that the ski company is trying to do in partnership with them, where there has been give and take. Certainly would love to see that happen. And whether we vote yes or no, it's not really going to go away. I'm sure if it votes no, it won't go away. It'll simmer some more and come back in a couple of years, I guess. So anyway, I'm enthusiastic. I'd love to vote yes on this and move on. I think, finally, the last thing is the inflation of this issue is obscuring, it's eclipsing things that I think are critically important. Where's the passion in this community about the transportation and the housing and climate change and wildfire mitigation? All these issues that we wrestle with and grapple with, to me, are of much greater significance than adding 150 acres to a ski area, especially as thoughtfully as has been presented with the concessions that have been made. I would be embarrassed to ask of anything more from you guys for this presentation. I think we've reached a good compromise. I think that as a board and a BOCC, we can, it's our job to look at zoning and rezoning, and it's not going to be, I think that it's the purview of the BOCC to make zoning changes as necessary, and I'm not going to shy away from that. I think that's why we were elected. Let me see if there's anything else here. Probably not. So I'm a yes. I'm an enthusiastic yes. Will remain that way. Thanks.
All right, Greg, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm rarely on the opposite side of you. So I will be very short. I do agree there's a lot of passion around this issue, and I don't think the conflation is of other issues is necessarily unreasonable. I do think it reflects the stress, and I also think that these are topics that people are themselves drawing conclusions on, and so I'm hearing that from our community, but I'm not going to focus on that today. I like to think that I pour my passion into those other issues that you raised, such as housing and childcare and transportation, separately from this. I do think that zoning decisions have very intensive criteria because they need to clear a high bar for us to approve them. And I continue to think that this application does not clear that bar, and that our what's the word I'm looking for? our set of zoning, our particular zoning, our thoughtful zoning is as important to the community character of our county as is our ski culture. And I don't think that this application meets our rezoning criteria, and I do think it is an upzoning. I think that rural and remote intentionally left out skiing as a use by right, and that even recreational uses by review were very limited to keep for a set of lands that do not have intensive use on them. And I don't see how this lines up with that. So I continue to feel that way. I have not been compelled otherwise to approve this project as such. That's what I've said similarly in the past, so I don't think I need to belabor it. Other discussion?
Yeah, I guess I would like to say that there's a large part of me that would like to honor the work that the Ski Co has done in terms of the environment and the focus on housing and I know this is not going to contribute to transportation and probably not to housing. And I did read, Kelly, pretty carefully through the past things about rural and remote allowing skiing and then not allowing skiing, and I thought a lot about, okay, so, you know, Mike said, well, maybe we'll develop those lots if you don't pass this, and I thought, so, okay, so we might end up with some cabins back there. And I do think that skiing is better than cabins, because like when we went on our tour with Mac, and I looked up at Walsh's and some of the other runs, and I tried to say, okay, well, how bad is this? How bad is it gonna be? And Walsh's looked pretty darn good. I mean, it looks terrifying in the summer. I can't even imagine skiing it when you look at it in the summer, but it looked pretty solid ecosystem, like it could support grazing, it could support birds and all that other stuff. And so I've thought a lot about the actual effects of this, and I don't know, that, you know, it's not the actual effects that are of so much concern to me, but I do appreciate Greg's and Steve's comments, all of your guys' comments.
I do think precedent is in effect, and I think while the Ski Co has committed to not developing along Richmond Ridge, that is nothing to be said for Little Annie's Basin and Midnight Mine, and so, you know, that's a concern I have. I know that's a concern others have. I appreciate Steve saying, you know, his thoughts on precedent, and we each have to sort of hold that to bear, but that's one of mine. Is there a motion? Do we have further discussion from board members? I'm going to try to move us along. I have to drive to Denver tonight.
Oh, wow.
Steve?
So I would like to make a motion to approve the ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and the Aspen Skiing Company from agricultural residential 10-acre AR10 and rural and remote RR zone districts to ski recreation, ski rec zone district, and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Greg? And I do have to drive to Denver, but I don't want to shut any further discussion, so I am here to hear it. Did I hit the button?
No.
Okay. And Francie, I know you're struggling. Would you like me to call on you first or last? Because we'll do a roll call vote.
Last. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Do you need a break? If folks need a break, we could take one too. Steve?
quite some years ago, my father voted for the Little Annie ski area. The Board of County Commissioners actually approved it with a whole ton of conditions. That ski area was never built. My dad was the one who fought the Haystack Mountain ski area, and he voted for Little Annie ski area. So what somebody, what somebody stands for at one point, they can still keep those same principles and use them to support something that makes more sense than some other project. So this project, Pandora, stands by itself. It really improves the situation on the backside of Aspen Mountain along Richmond Ridge. The ski company has made good commitments to not develop any of the lots there. If they do sell TDRs, they're not going to just pocket that money, but they're going to put it to good environmental uses from the sale of TDRs if they choose to sell their, I think it's only 2 TDRs involved there, but so I would urge a vote of support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
I would add a little bit to that, just to say that, I don't know if I would live here if I wasn't a skier. I think of this as a ski town. This is what we do. This is our culture. It's become much more sophisticated as a result of the prosperity that skiing has brought. So many people that are here now forgot that they came here to ski, perhaps because there's so many other great distractions. It's amazing what has been accomplished here with sliding on snow being the driver. So I'm just proud to be from a ski town, especially this one. And I think it's a real shame if we lose sight of that.
Well, I'll counter. I'm more of a skier now that I live in this town.
True.
And, this will be the first year where I own a full pass because I haven't been pregnant with an infant or working multiple jobs. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
But I don't think that undermines, the care and concern for the land use and zoning and I think buffers between the spaces that we use intensively and the spaces that we want to also protect. And that's the lens that I come to this from.
That's why they elect us, though, right? To make the hard decisions.
It's hard. It's very hard.
Okay.
Are we ready for a vote? All right. I'm going to start with Steve and then go around the table this way. Steve?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
I'm a no. Francie?
Darn it.
You wanted to go last.
I know. I knew how it was going to go. I knew I was going to be the deciding vote. I've known that for 3 months. Aye.
Okay. Is there a motion on the resolution approving the amendment to the 2018 master plan as we've amended the language today?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Nothing left.
All right. I will do a roll call vote again. Steve?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
I'm a no.
Aye.
Okay. All right, folks. We've gotten to the end of this. Thank you all for hanging in there and enduring.
It's the shortest meeting we've had.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the thoughtfulness and know it's a tough decision. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your understanding.
Well, for me, it was in the light of compromise, which you guys helped move along, so.
And we tried to meet you there. Thank you.
All right, the board continues to have a little more business to do before we can conclude. I welcome you all to converse
Safe
in the
travels.
hallway.
Drive safe.
I've certainly
Thank you.
enjoyed
Yeah.
your people.
Not gonna miss you guys.
Really lucky people that you have.
We're gonna see them in like 2 weeks.
The next, all right, you'll be
Yeah.
back. All right. They'll be
Hopefully
back.
it's in ski clothes soon.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
I don't know why I spend so many
All
hours
right,
going
grassroots,
over
why don't we
this.
just take 2 minutes while the room clears and then we'll do open discussion.
Why do you think the police are here?
We're actually on a pause, if that's okay.
The open discussion I had for you was bringing back the discretionary fund, but I think I will wait on that until.
I have 2 things, if that's okay.
Why do we have the police here?
They're
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are finishing up our BOCC meeting on Wednesday, November 17th. We have open discussion items. I have some quick ones. John, how about you?
Yeah, I will say mine until we have Patty in the room too.
Okay. So, John Ely, I'm glad you're still on the line. The first one I wanted to bring up was an invitation or opportunity from EcoFlight, who, as you know, they are doing flights on Wild and Scenic, and they have a planned flight for Monday. I have a conflict, and there is an opportunity for someone from Pitkin County to go. John, I'm going to check in with you because you were in on the email train, and I wasn't sure if you would be the narrating the flight, or if we can just send someone to go on it.
Yes, Kelly, I know all about it, and we're working to fill that seat, and it won't be difficult. Not quite sure who is going to end up sitting in it, but anyway, yeah.
All right, were you going to do it, John, or should we see if a board member is interested?
Potentially.
You potentially, okay. Is there a backup if John Ely is not going to go on it? Does anyone else wish to go?
Can they pick me up at my house as they
So,
fly?
so let's
have to
see.
go to
It is,
Aspen
they're
Airport?
leaving out of the Glenwood Airport
Oh.
at 10:30.
Yeah, I'll go.
So they did offer, they're flying from Aspen to Glenwood, so you could be on the Aspen Airport
Okay, let
flight
me
to
just check
Glenwood,
my
and
calendar
then,
quickly so I don't screw up.
and that way, Francie, you and John can coordinate. And I think for other board members, there will be more opportunities for this in the future. As you know,
Let
they've
me
asked
see,
for,
this is
we've granted them
when?
money to do lots and lots of
Monday.
flights.
At 10:30 at the Glenwood Airport?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, and so John, will you and Francie just communicate which one of you is going to go? And I'll just close the email loop. Okay, thank
So,
you.
Yeah.
And then the second item was Greg, I think we had all received a letter from Western Leaders Network. We're addressing the Air Quality Commission. And Alan Harvey reached out to me to ask if we would sign on to that. I'm sorry, I don't have copies. I had asked Elaine
Do you
to.
want me to get it?
Yeah, so
Do you have it?
I can pull it up, but we should have all received it, and we can sign on individually, or we can more collectively sign on to it as the whole commission.
Here it is.
And really, they're asking, the commission is taking the direction where they're going to let industry regulate and monitor itself, and the request is to ask the commission to play their regulatory role more strongly for methane and, methane emissions.
To methane? Mine just says air quality control, air pollution control, a. Anyway,
let's see.
this is from.
It says, in December, the Air Quality Control Commission will consider comprehensive rules to specifically address greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector. It is vital that AQCC strengthen standards to directly regulate methane and safeguard our climate future.
Oh, okay, cool.
Direct regulation of oil and gas represents the strongest path towards meeting the 60% reduction by 2030 as required by statute.
Well, I think we should sign on to it. I'm for it.
I would.
Steve? We're good? We'll sign on as a board. I don't think this is the kind of
Yes,
letter
I'm good.
that we'll edit, because it's sort of a group
Yeah.
effort, but,
We can
Okay.
sign on.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was all I had for open discussion. Any other items? I'm heading down to CCAT's legislative planning retreat, where we're gonna set the 2022 legislative priorities.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
cool.
exciting. Housing, fiscal reform, behavioral health, lots of great stuff.
Good for you.
Yeah. And Steve, I'll see you there, right?
You will, yeah, I'm gonna leave about 4:30 in the morning, something like that. And
All right. I'm the night owl side, so I'll have your coffee ready for you. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the difficult discussions and the good meeting, and I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And I'm the only one at OST tomorrow morning?
I think so.
First thing, yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll be there midday.
I told, oh,
Second?
second.
Second, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, meeting is adjourned. We will see everybody on December 1st. Thank you.
All right, have a great next week,
Yeah, have a good
everybody.
weekend. I told Dave I wasn't coming, Greg, so they should.